to give this to you and the broadcasters the rich game notes. So that's interesting to know.
How's it going?
Great, how are you doing today?
Good. Let's try it. You can in front of me and see if it'll at least just equal it.
This one might just be a little bit steep.
Yeah, I mean, if you're pushing off with your good leg.
great moments are born from great opportunity.
Your Rich Rebels take the gridiron, ready to represent their community, their family, and their school once again.
One half a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us.
Does not matter where, rain or shine, snow or wind, the Rebels come to play. They come to conquer, and they come to remind their opponent who the Rebels are.
No, I don't want them to gain another yard.
You blitz all night!
Another chapter of Rich Football starts now. Rebel Football is brought to you by Evanston Regional Hospital, Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley, the Come On In Casper, Plains Tire, Hoover Chiropractic, the Best Western Dunmar Inn and Legal Tender, Freeway Tire, Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau. Now, here is the voice of the Rebels, Matthew Peterson.
Good afternoon, Rebel fans, and welcome to Randolph, Utah for today's matchup between your Rich Rebels and the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs. We're going to have kickoff in about 35 minutes, but welcome into the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show, serving Rich County residents for generations. So we appreciate you tuning into the pregame show. I'm Matthew Peterson. Happy you're joining me here on what's turned out to be a beautiful Friday afternoon here in northeast Utah. After some chilly days earlier in this week, we have great football weather, and it's homecoming too. So great time for the sun to come out. We've got a lot going on here on our pregame show. We'll have our scene set, of course, the Where Are They Now portion, then our coaches show. We have a lot more going on, so keep it right here on Rebel Radio 98.3 FM K80Q and mylocalradio.com.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
Welcome back to Randolph, Utah for today's matchup between the Rebels and the Bulldogs. The Rebels enter today's matchup with an 0-3 record. As for Gunnison, they enter with a 1-2 record, that lone win coming against Monticello. And let's get into our scene set now. Your scene set is always brought to you by J-Bar Excavation. And the team, the tools, and the experience for your excavation project, give them a call at 435-793-5855. So Rebels 0-3. They're coming off a loss last week against Cokeville on the road, 34-6 your final. As for the Bulldogs, they are coming off a win against Monticello, 47-12 the final. A big win after starting off the season 0-2. And we continue here in our scene set, and let's learn a little bit about Gunnison and what they bring to the table. So as I mentioned, they did defeat Monticello last week. This was a team that struggled last season, only got a handful of wins, so a big win for them early on in the season to get them in the right direction. But the common denominator between the Rebels and the Bulldogs is a matchup against the Kanab Cowboys. Rebels, of course, back in the first week of the season fell on the road 42-6. Gunnison lost to Kanab as well, but they played them a little closer. It was a 14-0 finish. And as for the Bulldogs, when they're on the field, you really got to keep an eye on number 24, Zach Stewart. He leads the team with 256 rushing yards. This is a Bulldogs team that likes to go to the Wildcat option very often, and they're not afraid to have the center snap it to anyone in the backfield. It's a lot of trickery. It's tough for the defense to keep an eye on. So Zach Stewart, he'll be behind quarterback Jack Hansen Jr., and the two of them are going to run the ball a lot, but keep your eyes peeled for number 24, Zach Stewart. that is our scene set here. As always, it's brought to you by J-Bar Excavation. J-Bar Excavation, the team, the tools, and the experience for your excavation project. Give them a call at 435-793-5855. You're listening to the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show. We're a little over 30 minutes away from kickoff, so just keep it right here. We got a lot more things going on, including we'll hear from both coaches and a Where Are They Now, which is always brought to you by a Rich alum. A really fascinating one this week, too, as our alum pushed the borders here and is pretty far from Rich County, so you'll want to listen to that. All of this going on Rebel Radio 98.3 FM, K80Q, and mylocalradio.com. We'll be right back.
Whether you're looking for gravel, sand, topsoil, rock, or other materials for your excavation or landscaping project, trust the experienced, knowledgeable team at J-Bar Excavation, specializing in sale and delivery of the materials you need to finish your project. J-Bar Excavation in Randolph, Utah has the team, the tools, and the plan to help you create exactly what you're looking for. J-Bar does quality work that fits your schedule and your budget. Call J-Bar Excavation today, 435-793-5855.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
Welcome back to the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show. Fans, it is now time for Where Are They Now? As you see Gunnison warm up here, we'll have another 30 minutes until kickoff, but we'll turn things over to the Where Are They Now portion of our pregame show.
Welcome back to the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show. We're closing in on today's kickoff against Gunnison Valley, but before then we have our Where Are They Now portion of the pregame show that's brought to you by Mound Valley Cattle Company, thanks to Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. So when we return, we'll hear from a Rich alum for our Where Are They Now here on the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show.
Success doesn't come by accident. Success requires hard work, perseverance, learning, sacrifice, and believing in yourself. Eddie and Todd Jensen established the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho on these very principles. The students, staff, athletes, and coaches at Rich High School value these same fundamentals in education and activities, in athletics, and in life. Good luck, Rebels, from Mound Valley Cattle Company, serving customers in Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming since 1997.
All right, Rebel fans, we welcome you back to the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show. I'm delighted to introduce to you a Rich alum here for our Where Are They Now portion of the pregame show that's brought to you by Mound Valley Cattle Company, thanks to Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. Today, I have the pleasure of introducing to you Lincoln Huffner. Lincoln was a class of 2015, so here he is for our Where Are They Now.
We welcome you into this week's edition of Where Are They Now? I'm here with Lincoln Huffner, the class of 2015 from Rich High. Lincoln, how are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. So, Lincoln, I want to get right at it. Where are you now?
I am currently in North Carolina in a town called Holly Ridge, right on the coast.
Okay, so of all the Rich alums I've spoken to so far, you definitely win the mileage contest. What brought you out to North Carolina?
It kind of happened by chance, or, you know, if you believe in luck, but I came down here originally for a summer job and kind of just fell in love with the South, and I had a great job opportunity present itself that I couldn't pass up on, so I ended up staying.
I can understand that. I just graduated from the University of Tennessee, so I definitely took a liking to that part of the country as well. What are you doing for work now, Lincoln?
So I'm working in construction. I'm a subcontractor. I do cabinets and countertops. So
very nice. Good. Lincoln, can you tell me a little bit about what you did when you were at Rich?
What I did while I was at Rich. Well, I played football and basketball all 4 years. And then I played football for 3 years. I missed most freshman year for football. And then, I did those two sports. And I also was student body president my senior year.
Wow, okay. So you really kept yourself busy. What were some of your favorite memories when you were at Rich?
Most of my favorite memories were from that senior year. I mean, my favorite memory was winning the basketball state championship. That definitely takes a cake. Closely followed by the football state championship, and we had a lot of other, fun activities and things that we did my senior year that were just a blast. So my whole senior year really was a fun ride.
Lincoln, I've spoken to some of your classmates, and they mentioned that football state championship, but you're the first to mention a basketball state championship. So why does the basketball state championship get the edge?
Well, for me, basketball's always been my favorite sport, so that's a big part of it. Another reason is because that was the first boys basketball state championship that Rich has ever won. Well, the first and only, I guess. So obviously that was kind of a big deal for us and a big deal for me personally and for everybody on the team. So.
Right. Okay. I'm here with Lincoln Huffner for Where Are They Now, class of 2015. Lincoln, one last question, and then I'll let you get back to work. You've been away from the Rich County and Utah area now. So what do you miss most about home?
The people and the mountains. It's pretty flat out here in North Carolina. There's not a lot of mountains. I miss those. And then obviously just, the people I grew up with are mostly there in Rich County and in the Utah area. So those would be the two things that I miss that I wish I could bring out here with me. So. Right
on, absolutely. Well, Lincoln, I appreciate the time today here on our Mound Valley Cattle Company presentation of Where Are They Now? And Lincoln, if you're missing the mountains, I recommend you go check out the Smoky Mountains. There are no Rockies, but they're pretty good.
I will do that.
All right, Lincoln, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
We want to thank Lincoln again for giving us some time on our Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show during the Mound Valley Cattle Company Where Are They Now portion. We're going to continue on here, but we are about 25 minutes away from kickoff between the Rebels and the Bulldogs.
We take your fun very seriously. That's why we put so much emphasis on training and experience with our mechanics at Cash Honda Yamaha. Whether you're getting it ready for an upcoming season, putting it away for the winter, having routine maintenance, or have a mechanical problem, we want to make sure that when you're ready to have fun with it, it's ready for you. Don't trust your fun to just anyone. Make sure you bring all your service work to Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley. As one of the region's most visited websites, MyLocalRadio.com is here to serve you. Catch up on local and regional news and information. Buy, sell, or trade your good used items on the radio classifieds. Check the weather forecast or catch our live coverage of your high school teams in action, all on MyLocalRadio.com. Like us on Facebook so you never miss a giveaway, and visit MyLocalRadio.com today to stream it all live.
A big thank you to Lincoln Huffner for giving us some time, and that is our Where Are They Now portion of the pregame show. All right, Rebel fans, we're getting closer and closer to kickoff against the Bulldogs, but first, no one sees the game like the coaches do. We'll have our Bear Lake Memorial Hospital Coaches Show. Count on us to care. Visit them at blmhospital.com. We'll be right back, and we'll hear from Gunnison head coach Patrick King when we return here on the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show.
Some decisions in life have a critical and lasting impact. For example, choices concerning your health care. You want a hospital that consistently offers high-quality care and service. For Bear Lake area residents and visitors, Bear Lake Memorial Hospital has been providing optimum health care to our community for more than 70 years. And Bear Lake Memorial has been recognized again this year as a top 20 hospital in best practices for quality. Bear Lake Memorial Hospital in Montpelier, Idaho. Count on us to care.
Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall, traction in the winter and mud control in the spring, bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall, and topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall, prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
I'm here now with Gunnison Valley head coach Patrick King. Coach, as your team comes to Rich for today's matchup, you were 1-2. How about you just tell me a little about your win against Monticello and your big takeaways from that?
Well, we feel like that was a strong win. We worked very hard for it. We've been working hard to play 4 full quarters. And we feel like that was a complete game, and we started fast, we finished fast, and it was a good win for us. Monticello is a tough team; they're a little down this year, but they fight all the way, and we expect to come up there to Rich and have a fight up there. Rich is going to play very hard, and we feel they're a very tough team too.
Coach, let's talk about Rich a little bit and what you know of them. I know your team likes to run the ball a lot, so how is that going to work against Rich's defense?
Well, it looks like they've got some new players, but we see that they like to run the ball, they like the triple option. Their defense, has played some running teams already in Kanab and is it Cokeville that they played? So they played some running teams, and we feel like they're going to shoot gaps. They're going to play tough just like they did last year, and so we are going to run it right at them. Of course, that's what we do, and this year we have a passing game. So when you look at what we do in our power run game, and then combine that with what we can do in the air, we feel that we pose a challenge.
Coach, the season is already pretty well underway here as we get into game number 4 for both sides. What's it like as an opposing team playing at another school's homecoming game and being kind of the spoiler potentially?
I see a lot of that pageantry and flair as distraction. It's wonderful when you're a fan. As a coach, you're just focused on the competitor across from you. Rich is a league rival, and they're tough no matter what the outside peripheral is. So whether it's homecoming, senior night, or just week 1, we feel like they're going to be really tough, and so that doesn't matter much to us. We're more worried about the guy who's going to be hitting us on the next play.
I'm here with Gunnison Valley head coach Patrick King. Coach, one last question. I'll let you get ready for today's matchup. Coach, can you tell me a little bit about what you have worked on in practice? I mean, what you took away from last week and what you want to improve on getting into this upcoming game?
Well, we feel like we're almost being over-aggressive on defense. We need to stay home. We need to be disciplined. Sometimes that's tough when you're excited and you're wanting to make a play. Our defense is doing really well. We're giving up about 21 points a game, and that's steadily going down. The last 2 games have been 12 points, 14 points before that. So defensively, we're playing well. Offensively, things are starting to click. It's the small things that we're worried about, the penalties, the jumping off sides, the delay of game, those kind of things that we can clean up. And as we get to midseason form, I believe we will do that.
All right, thank you very much. That's Gunnison Valley head coach Patrick King here on the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital Coaches Show. Coach, we appreciate the time today.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Rebels! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Rebel fans, here is head coach Justin Grohl on the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital Coaches Show.
I'm here with Rebels head coach Justin Grohl on our Bear Lake Memorial Hospital Coaches Show. Coach, how are you doing today?
Good.
Coach, I'm sure you got a busy week here. You did not have practice Monday due to Labor Day, and then Tuesday due to a power outage at the school. From a coaching perspective, how big of a nightmare is that going into a game?
Right now we're scrambling. It's pretty big.
What kind of things are you working on in practice that you want to take away from your loss last week against Cokeville?
I think defensively we did pretty good. We started stopping them. We just need to execute a little bit better, and towards the third and fourth quarter, just keep them going, and that stamina and distance, and just make sure they will believe that they can win to the very end.
Coach, defensively, the defense made several turnovers, had 4, I think, against Cokeville. What can the offense do to turn those turnovers into points?
We got to execute better. We got to stop just having our 3 and out and giving it back to them and having to rely on the defense. We got to be able to give the defense a little bit of a breather and get them going. So we just got to execute what we've been, one or two blocks missed, or we go to a wrong hole, or fumble a snap or mess a snap up or not catch it. So we just got to get better at that this week.
For a brief time, we saw up on her pace in the game. Was that due to an injury to starter Carrillo, or was there just a decision to make a change?
It was a decision to make a change. Riley was kind of struggling and they had him pretty flustered. And so we thought, well, maybe giving him a chance to sit out and see and watch for a minute might help him get going and that. So that's why we did it.
What can you tell us that you know about Gunnison, and what can you expect from the Bulldogs?
They are big. Watching them on film, they are very big. They're strong. They run right at you. They play smash mouth, and they'll bring about 9 blockers in front and let one guy run and go from there. And then when you try to step up and do that, they'll throw a couple. But they mostly are just going to go up and just pound you in the mouth and say, you know what, we're going to just beat you by running you over.
I'm here with Rebels head coach Justin Grohl on the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital Coaches Show. Coach, final question, and then I'll let you get back and get ready for today's matchup. Coach, it's homecoming week, so from a coaching perspective, what kind of challenges does that present?
The kids, most of the time they're focused. It's a routine, go to class, come to football, so they're kind of in a routine, and this just throws a kink into things. They have in and out of class, and then at nights they're going to do floats or they're going to do other things, and so it's quite challenging trying to keep them focused and say, hey, we got a football game to win and to play, and make sure you come out with and give your best effort.
All right, Coach, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
That's head coach Justin Grohl here on the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital Coaches Show.
As always, we appreciate the time Coach Grohl gives us, and that will do it for us here on the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital Coaches Show. A lot more to come on the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show as we get closer to that 4 p.m. kickoff between the Rebels and the Bulldogs. Keep it here at mylocalradio.com and on 98.3 FM K80Q.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
When you think about Bear Lake, think family, fun, fishing, beaches, boats, green, and great food. Think water, wildlife, trails, and shakes, snow, scenery, and sun. Think summer. Go to bearlake.org and plan your visit today. Visit Scenic Idaho.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports Boosters, LSR Refrigerated, and the Walletines in Garden City. Darren, Tricia, and the entire Walletine clan wish the Rebels good luck. And by Cat Answer Technical Services, proudly supporting the Rich Rebels. The staff at Cat Answer Technical Services wish the Rebels good luck on the field, on the court, in the classroom, and in life.
Go Rich Rebels!
Welcome back into our Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show. We are just over 10 minutes away from kickoff between the Rebels and the Bulldogs here, but we got plenty to go over on our Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show. So let's get into our we're moments away here. We're going to into our Laketown Ledger now. Sorry, I'm getting myself all turned around here. But let's get into our Laketown Ledger. As always, your Laketown Ledger is brought to you by the town of Laketown. Good luck, Rebels, from the mayor and the town council of Laketown. All right, Rebel fans, let's learn about the history between these two sides. It's only the second meeting, according to my records, between the Rebels and the Bulldogs of Gunnison Valley. So last year was the first time they met up. The Rich fell to the Bulldogs 22-12. That was the second closest deficit of last season. So Rich is able to play the Bulldogs pretty close and keep it competitive for 4 quarters. Junior quarterback Riley Carrillo compiled 106 total yards last year against Gunnison, while Hayden Meek led all backs with 12 carries for 43 yards. Carrillo also threw and ran for a score in the losing effort, so hopefully we can get another big game out of Carrillo today against the Bulldogs. He had a rough outing last week in Cokeville, but hopefully a good week of practice is going to have him primed for a big comeback week against the Bulldogs. And that is your Laketown Ledger here. We're just moments away. We're getting closer and closer to kickoff between the Rebels and the Bulldogs. Rebels entering with an 0-3 record, while Gunnison Valley comes in with 1 win and 2 losses. We're just a little over 10 minutes away, so keep it right here on Rebel Radio, 98.3 FM, KADQ, and MyLocalRadio.com.
Super kids deserve super care. Experience the difference with board-certified pediatricians Alan Brown, MD, and Berg Gilmartin, MD, at Uinta Medical Group. Whether it's tracking your child's overall health at well-child check or helping your little ones feel better when they're sick, Dr. Brown and Dr. Gilmartin are here to help your child grow, learn, and thrive. Schedule an appointment with Dr. Brown or Dr. Gilmartin by calling 307-789-WELL 9355 or visit evanstonanytime.com.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics is also brought to you in part by Freeway Tire. With a friendly and knowledgeable staff, quick and dependable service, and great prices come together. Call Freeway Tire at 307-789-8632. And by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all of the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. Call Hoover Chiropractic at 307-789-0043.
If you're watching on My Local Radio right now, you're seeing the Rich Rebels warm up as they are in their home blue uniform. As for the opposing team, Gunnison Valley, they are in all whites. As we move our Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show into the Town and Country Realty green scene, selling Bear Lake in Utah and Idaho, be sure to contact Pam Cornea. Her phone number is 435-779-0012. Give Pam a call, and she'll be sure to help you with all of your Town and Country Realty needs, selling in Bear Lake, in Utah, and Idaho. All right, we are right now here for a beautiful day in Randolph, Utah. It's just around 70 degrees, but the temperature will begin to drop as the game goes along. But I will say that's a lot better than the snow we had earlier this week. So I'll take a beautiful sunny day for some nice Rebel football over snow any day of the week, at least until we get into October. So that is our Town and Country Realty green scene. It's not a cloud in the sky right now. Beautiful blue sky in front of us here. And not too windy either. We've got some flags for homecoming. It is homecoming here at Rich, as you see it's beautiful decorations and pageantry getting shown. Rebels flags in the background of each end zone and flags being planted at the top of each stand. So a lot of flags here, and the wind's kind of picking up a little bit now that I talk about it more, but still nevertheless a great day here for some Rebel football, and that is your Town and Country Realty green scene. We're getting closer and closer to kickoff. It's just under 7.5 minutes now until the Rebels and the Bulldogs take the gridiron for today's matchup. So until then, we have our Epic Recreation keys of the game, and then it is the starting lineups. That's brought to you by Lutz Construction. So keep it right here on Rebel Radio. I'm Matthew Peterson. Happy you're joining us for another event of Rebel Athletics. And also, I just want to plug that we have a volleyball game after the conclusion of this football game. So you don't have to watch me run from one booth to another, but be sure to keep it right here on the same stream, and it'll be Rebel Volleyball getting underway around 7 p.m. So depending on when the football game ends, we'll be sure to hustle over to the gym for the volleyball team to take on the Tabiona Tigers. And that's going to be an exciting homecoming doubleheader. Excited for it, and happy you can join us for it. So we'll be right back here on Rebel Radio. I'm Matthew Peterson. You're listening to 98.3 FM K80Q and mylocalradio.com.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
When you think about Bear Lake, think family, fun, fishing, beaches, boats, green, and great food. Think water, wildlife, trails, and shakes, snow, scenery, and sun. Think summer. Go to bearlake.org and plan your visit today. Visit Scenic Idaho.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on mylocalradio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports Boosters, LSR Refrigerated, and the Walletines in Garden City. Darren, Tricia, and the entire Walletine clan wish the Rebels good luck. And by Cat Answer Technical Services, proudly supporting the Rich Rebels. The staff at Cat Answer Technical Services wish the Rebels good luck on the field, on the court, in the classroom, and in life.
Go Rich Rebels!
Welcome back into the Auto Farm Chevrolet pregame show. We are just under 5 minutes away from the Rebels and the Bulldogs duking it out for both sides' fourth matchup. This is the first time the two teams will have played the same amount of games. Rich has always either been behind or played one more game through 3 weeks, but right now, for the first time, it is a even 3 games apiece. And let's get into our Epic Recreation keys of the game. That's brought to you by Epic Recreation. They are Epic Recreation. Visit them at epicrecreation.net, or if you want to give them a call, you can give them a ring at 435-946-3742. Or if your phone or website's not your thing, that's fine. Go find them on Facebook. They got the rentals in Bear Lake, and they are providing us with our keys to the game. The first one is protect the football. That was a big issue for Rich a week ago. They did a great job of forcing takeaways on defense, but offensively they struggle with holding on to the ball. So when you're 0-3, you've got to do everything in your power not to shoot yourself in the foot, and so that comes down to protecting the football. And our next one is Feed Greer. Connor Greer, the wide receiver for the Rebels, he's averaging over 20 yards a reception. That's up to Coach Cornea and Coach Grohl to find a way to get himself more involved offensively. He only gets about 2, maybe 3 receptions a game, and so it's up to the coaching staff and for the players as well to get Connor Greer the football. He's done great things every time he's touched the ball, so feed him the ball. And our third Epic Recreation key of the game, it's the same key from last week. It's a stronger start. Rich continues to find themselves in a big hole before the first quarter's done. So if they can keep themselves within 1 or 2 possessions as they get closer to halftime, they're going to put themselves in a nice position to slingshot themselves ahead in the second half if they are trailing. So just a stronger start from Rich. I think it really takes the wind out of their sails when they find themselves in a quick 14 or 21-0 deficit early on. So a stronger start is our third and final Epic Recreation key to the game. We've got some time here, and we'll all cut up on our bills. So let's preview this game a little more. I'm going to tell you about Gunnison Valley and what they're all about. They are a run-heavy team. So this is a Bulldogs team that is not afraid to throw the football every now and then, but they're going to do a lot of wildcat stuff. So don't let your eyes deceive you. They'll have 3 or 4 guys in the backfield, and the center will just snap it to one of the 3 of them. And it's a bit of a guessing game each time for the defense of who's going to have the ball, but it's really just about keeping your holes and keeping your gaps filled and knowing who you're assigned to and not letting that trickery confuse you. If you're assigned to the back as a linebacker, it's just about sticking with your man if he gets the snap. You know, this is trying to keep it as elementary as possible, but this Gunnison Valley team will throw a lot of wildcat looks at them, and their leading rusher on the season is Zach Stewart. Last week he went for 100 yards. Overall in the season, he's gone for 256, so he's averaging close to 80 yards a game, and he's got a touchdown to go along with it. And their quarterback is pretty athletic too. He can throw the ball, but he can also run it really well. He's rushed for over 100 yards this season and has a score too. And when he's throwing the ball, he is 28 for 48 for 326 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. So he's a threat when he's going to drop back and throw. You have to respect what he can do when he's in the pocket. But for Rich, it's just about keeping it simple and not being fooled or not being deceived too much about Gunnison Valley's trickery, as they do a lot of wildcat stuff. All right, Rebel fans, we'll take one last break. We are under a minute away between the Rebels and the Bulldogs taking the gridiron. I'm Matthew Peterson, and happy you can join us here on a beautiful day here in Northeast Utah. And I also want to say that on a day like this, we always remember and we will never forget the lives that were lost 19 years ago in a terrible, tragic attack on our country. So we always want to remember and appreciate those who make the ultimate sacrifice for us to have our freedoms and to be able to get together and play football like this. So we appreciate those, the first responders, and everyone who made a huge sacrifice to protect our freedoms here. We'll take another quick break here, but you are listening to Rebel Radio on 98.3 FM K80Q and mylocalradio.com.
You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
We are getting closer and closer to kickoff here today on a homecoming event for these two sides. Right now the Rebels have won the toss, and they have elected to defer until the second half. So are they receiving? They deferred, okay. As always, my cameraman and my number 2, Rob Leifson, helping me out with keeping my eyes and ears on the field. So the Rebels will defer. They will kick off. So we will see Jack Hansen, the junior quarterback for Gunnison Valley, take the field first with his offense, which is led by Zach Stewart and Dylan Anderson, along with Creed Mogul. And we'll have our Lutz Construction starting lineups as we get into the first quarter. But the Rebels will kick off to begin this game. And to kick off, it will be number 10, Hunter Pace. Pace scored the lone touchdown for Rich last week, coming in for relief of Riley Carrillo at quarterback. He had a 1-yard plunge, and that was the Rebels' only score of the game. Back for the Bulldogs, it is Zach Stewart, and then it's also number 17, Creed Mogul, the 2 guys I mentioned. Mogul, a wide receiver, and Stewart, a running back, and both of them lethal with the ball. But we are about to get going here at Randolph, Utah. It is Rebel football restarting now against the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs. Pace with the run-up, and the kick is off, and it's a line drive squib kick. It bounces off a Bulldog and another Bulldog, and that is going to be Bragan Tanner. Jumps on the live ball at their own 32-yard line after a low squib kick. And at the 33-yard line is where the Bulldogs will begin their offense today. We're in the first quarter here, and it is scoreless after our opening kickoff. That is always brought to you by the opening kickoff is brought to you by Bear Lake Physical Therapy. We're in our Crawford Trough first quarter. Here we go. It's going to be Hansen in the shotgun formation with a couple backs in the backfield in a wing tee style. It's a direct snap to Stewart, the running back, so a wildcat snap, and he goes nowhere with it. He is stuffed at the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard on the play, so strong start for the Rebels defensively as Zach Stewart rushed for 100 yards on 13 carries, but he's held to just 1 on the first snap of the game. Stewart the carrier for, and here we go. It is now 2nd and 9 from the Gunnison Valley 35-yard line. Once again, Hansen in shotgun, 2 receivers on the near side, 2 backs in the backfield. He takes a snap, he'll drop back to throw, swings it out, and it's deflected. Riker Conk reading the play like a book and swats the ball down. It would have been good for about 5 or 6 yards, but instead it's incomplete, and that brings up 3rd and 9 for the Bulldogs. Hansen 0 for 1 on his first pass attempt now. Here comes up 3rd and long for the Bulldogs. They're at their own 35-yard line. They need to get to Rich's 40. They need to get to their own 43, and here we go. In shotgun again with 3 backs in the backfield. It's a wildcat snap, and that goes to Stewart, who runs along the outside of the numbers, and he will get close to the first down markers. He's eventually tripped up, and I think they're going to give it to him. Yes, they will. So Stewart goes forward for about a gain of 9, and that's good enough for a first down for the Bulldogs. So Stewart goes forward for 9, and that brings up 1st and 10 at the Gunnison Valley 45-yard line. Rebels forced him to a 3rd and long situation, but Zach Stewart bails him out with a big run, the senior. Hansen back in shotgun, 3 backs in the backfield. It's a wildcat snap to Stewart, who goes up the middle, and once again, he goes nowhere with it, though, when he goes between the guards, and that goes forward for maybe a yard. That brings up 2nd and 9. We're still scoreless on the Station on Main scoreboard in the Crawford Trough first quarter with just over 10 minutes to go. Yep, so they'll give him 2 yards on the run. That brings up 2nd and 8 for the Bulldogs. They are on their own half of the field, but approaching midfield right now. Hansen will go in shotgun. He's got 2 receivers split out wide and a couple tight ends on the line of scrimmage. He's by himself in the backfield, though. Awaits the snap, Now drops back, looking to pass, rolls out right, throws it deep down the sideline. He's got a man. Yes, it is caught. And that is Bryson Sorensen going for about a gain of 35 yards on the catch and throw. And a flag did come down. I think it's going to be pass interference on the defense, so it will be declined by Gunnison. The ball is now spotted at Rich's 20-yard line. That's good for about a 35-yard play. 33. Hansen with a huge connection with his wideout Bryson Sorensen. And a whistle as the team breaks the huddle. That brings up 1st and 10 at the Rebels' 20-yard line. Hansen in shotgun puts a man in motion. He will flip it in front of him, and going nowhere with it is Creed Mogul. He is bottled up and sealed by that Rebels defense. Getting in on the stop for Rich was Riley Taylor to make the stop and bring up a loss of 3 on 1st and 10, which makes it now 2nd and 13. Riley Taylor able to make a tackle behind the line of scrimmage. That pushes Gunnison Valley back to the Rebels' 23-yard line. 2nd and 13, still scoreless here in our Crawford Trough first quarter. We are a little over 8.5 minutes to go still. Hansen in shotgun. It's a wildcat snap to Mogul. Mogul makes one man miss, but he's not going to get much more than that. He goes forward just to get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe half a yard on the play. It'll bring up 3rd and long at the Rebels' 22.5-yard line. No, 23-yard line. Riley Taylor making a pair of tackles. And 3rd and long here for the Bulldogs. They are knocking on the Rebels' red zone. This Rich defense has made some key stops in the last few weeks. Can they come up with another one here? It's 3rd and long, 13 to be exact. Hansen will be in shotgun, 3 backs in the backfield. Rebels showing pressure. The snap, it's a wildcat snap to Stewart. He's going to look to throw it, I think. Nope, and he is taken down for a huge loss. 1, 2, 3, too many to tackle. Rich Rebels in on the backfield. Riley Carrillo, the quarterback for Rich, leads the charge and makes the big 3rd down stop. It's going to be a loss of 7 on the play, and that brings up 4th and 20 at the Rebels' 30-yard line. Gunnison in no man's land here. Let's see what they opt to do. And they're going to go for it on 4th and 20. Hansen in shotgun. Twins set out wide to each side. One running back on Hansen's right hip. Hansen takes the snap. He's going to roll out to the right. He faces pressure. It's a screen to Stewart. He's got a lot of green grass. Can he get a block? Yes, he can. He gets the 1st down and a lot more across the 5, and he is taken down. Is it a touchdown? No. They will call him down at the 1-yard line. So Gunnison Valley converts on a 4th and 20 on a screen pass to Zach Stewart. And he goes forward for about a gain of 28 yards. Stewart picks up 28 on 4th and 20. And now here they are, the Bulldogs at the Rebels goal line. 2 backs in the backfield, I formation, goal line formation. Hansen takes a snap. He'll QB sneak it himself, and he keeps pushing. Let's see where they spot him. Referee's coming in. I don't believe they're going to call a touchdown. It looks like he's just short on 1st and goal, so that brings up 2nd and goal at about the 1-inch yard line. It is as close as you can get for the Bulldogs. It's 2nd and goal. We're still scoreless on the Station on Main scoreboard with a little over 6 minutes to go in our Crawford Trough first quarter. This drive has been nearly 6+ minutes for the Bulldogs. A long drive. Hansen under center in the I formation. He runs up himself, and he gets it this time. Jack Hansen goes forward for a 1-yard touchdown run, and the Bulldogs lead 6-0 early on here on the Station on Main scoreboard over the Rich Rebels. Hansen gets it on his second attempt, and now it is 6-0 Gunnison Valley, and they will kick the extra point. The kicker for Gunnison is Carson Tucker. I wonder if he's got the Justin Tucker genes in him. Here is Tucker, though, to add on the PAT and make it a 7-0 game potentially. The kick is up after a good snap and a great kick that's going to go onto the roof of the school, and it is good for more than just 19 yards. It is 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rich behind the Bulldogs with a little under 6 minutes to go in the Crawford Trough first quarter. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Rebel Radio 98.3 FM.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports Boosters. LSR Refrigerated and the Wallentynes in Garden City. Darren, Tricia, and the entire Wallentyne clan wish the Rebels good luck. And by Cat Answer Technical Services, proudly supporting the Rich Rebels. The staff at Cat Answer Technical Services wish the Rebels good luck on the field, on the court, in the classroom, and in life.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel.
Sorry to cut that short, but we are ready for a resumption of our game. It is 7-0 Bulldogs over the Rebels. And Gunnison kicks off. Deep for Rich is Connor Greer. It's a short kick, and Rebels have to dive on it, as it could have been a Gunnison Valley ball had they gotten to it first. It sort of fell in no man's land between the deep guys and the up men. And Connor Greer with the heads-up play to just dive on it at the Rebels' 33-yard line. So after all that, it is good field position for Riley Carrillo and company. It was a 6 minute and 7-second drive for the Bulldogs to open up our Crawford Trough first quarter. They punched it in with a 1-yard touchdown run. Carrillo now takes the snap, though. He hands it up off the middle. That's Hayden Meek with it, and he goes forward for a gain of 3. So the Rebels pick up 3 yards on 1st and 10 from their own 33-yard line. That will bring up 2nd and 7 for Rich. They trail 7-0 with 5.5 to go and counting in our Crawford Trough first quarter. Here is 2nd and 7. Carrillo in the pistol formation with one back behind him. 2 receivers split out wide. He'll hold on to it for the option. He'll run with it now from the far tackle's hip, and he goes forward for a gain of 2. So Carrillo goes forward for 2 yards, and that brings up 3rd and 5 for the Rebels. They are at their own 38-yard line. Rebels have struggled on 3rd down all season long, just converting 22% of them. But let's see if they can respond to Gunnison Valley, who marched down the field and converted a couple 3rd and 4th downs to put a score on the scoreboard. Here is 3rd and 5. Carrillo in shotgun, 3 receivers on the near side. Takes the snap. He's immediately pressured, has to roll out and fling it down the field, where he's got a wide open man, and it goes through the hands of Connor Greer. Oh no, it would have been good for about 50 yards on the catch and throw. Greer had no one in front of him, had his man beat by a handful of yards, and it just goes right through his hands. A tough break for Connor Greer. Carrillo had a great throw to him, but incomplete, and that brings up 4th and 6 for the Rebels at their own 38-yard line. They are in punt formation. Carrillo to punt. Stewart and Mogul back for Gunnison Valley. The punt is up. It's a good punt. Mogul will take it at his own 25-yard line, crosses the 30, now the 40 to the 45, and he's pushed out just between the 45 and the 50 on the far sideline. And that is where the Bulldogs and their offense will start. Grohl in on the stop to force Mogul out of bounds, and that is where Jack Hansen and the Gunnison Valley offense will start. They have 1st and 10 at their own 44-yard line. Hansen will line up under center. He's got 3 backs in the backfield, 2 receivers split out wide of each other. He's in the shotgun, check that. Takes the shotgun snap, looks to pass. It's a screen. It's going to go up the middle, making one man miss is Carson Yardley. And Yardley will fall forward for about 8 on the play. He goes all the way to the near side numbers. And a big gain on first down. It brings up second and 1 now after the 9-yard reception. So Gunnison really spreading the ball out to a handful of players. Here is 2nd and 1 for Jack Hansen and company. Hansen in shotgun. 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side, 1 back in the backfield. He puts a man in motion crossing his face. Now it's a direct snap to Hansen, who runs with it, and he goes try to get the first down. I think he's going to be about an inch short. It'll be close. Hansen ran with it himself after taking the snap. Yep, so they'll call him short. He gains about 1, maybe half a yard or so. Is close. Hansen on his 3rd carry only gets about half a yard, so 3rd and inches nearly for the Bulldogs. Rebels showing pressure on 3rd and short. Hansen's in shotgun, 3 backs in the backfield, 1 receiver in the slot. Hansen takes a shotgun snap, looks to pitch it. No, he holds on to it. He runs into his own blocker, and he falls to the floor, and that will be a loss of 2 on the play. So the Rebels catch a break, and making the tackle for them was the Gunnison Valley offensive lineman Talon Belknap. And that brings up 4th and 3 on the loss. And Gunnison will punt. They are at the Rebels' 48-yard line. They lead 7-0 with under 2.5 to go in the Crawford Trough first quarter. And they punt, and the punt is up. It's a good kick. It's going to go to Greer, who lets it bounce first, and he'll take it as 1-yard line. I don't know what he was thinking. And now he goes forward for 8 yards. Greer, I think, had he let it go, would have gone into the end zone, but he takes it, and he goes forward for 9, and now the Rebels will start him at their own 9-yard line. And it will bring up 1st and 10 for Rich, who trails 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. They'll spot him at exactly at the 10-yard line. So the Rebels gave up a touchdown on the opening drive to Gunnison Valley. Now they trail 7-0 with 2 minutes and 11 seconds to go in our Crawford Trough first quarter. 3 receivers on the near side for Riley Carrillo. 1 on the far side. He hands up to the back behind him. And going forward with it is Jaden Rao. And Rao, the ball carrier, will get about 4 on the rush. Actually, I think a little more than 4. They're going to spot him for about a gain of 6. So 6 yards for Rao, who only had 3 yards a week ago. Great start for Jaden. And now the Rebels at their own 16-yard line. They're behind 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. It is 2nd and 4 for Carrillo in the offense. He takes the snap. He hands it up the middle, and going forward for a yard or 2 is Jaden Rao again. He got lost in the defense. He picks up 2, and now the Rebels have 3rd and 1. 3rd and short. They are at their own 18.5-yard line. We are just over a minute remaining in our Crawford Trough first quarter. Rebels trail the Bulldogs 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Here is 3rd and 1 for Rich. I formation, 2 backs in the backfield for Carrillo. 3 receivers out there in total. He hands up the middle to Riker Conk, and Riker Conk goes for the first down and a lot more. He will pick up about 10 on the run. He went right up the middle behind his lead blocker, which I believe was Eli Brooks. And that's a gain of 10, and Riker Conk gives the Rebels a comprehensive family dental first down.
First down from the 29-yard line.
Rebels have 1st and 10 at their own 19-yard line. Just under 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Carrillo takes a snap. He runs with it from the far side around the tackle, and he's going to spin his way all the way forward for a gain of 8. And that brings up 2nd and 2, and that may be the last snap of our Crawford Trough first quarter. Rebels moving the ball well after starting at their own 10-yard line. They're all with their way out now at their own 37. And that's going to do it probably for us in the first quarter. Rebels will go into the second quarter trailing 7-0 against the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs, but a lot to be happy about. Their offense is clicking, and we'll take a quick break here. Bulldogs 7, Rebels nothing.
Whether it's for your home, your ranch, your equipment, or your business, when you need propane, count on the best. T7 Propane in Woodruff. The safe and professional team at T7 Propane offers quality product and the most responsive propane service in the area, so you can enjoy the affordability, reliability, and efficiency of propane. For heating, cooking, grilling, motor fuel, and more, count on the team at T7 for your personal or business propane needs. 435-793-4208.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports Boosters, the Wilson Ranch in Randolph. Good luck, Rebels, from Dale, Kim, Kyler, and Casey. Remember, the harder you work, the more good luck you'll have. And by Argyle Ranch Saddle and Boot, Feed and Supply, a custom shop specializing in leather and wood goods, with a farm feed and supply store to boot. Proudly supporting the Rich Rebels, the Argyle Ranch Saddle and Boot, Feed and Supply Store.
Rebels down 7-0 as we enter our second quarter. As always, it's brought to you by T7 Propane in Woodruff for all your propane needs. Give them a call at 435-793-4208. Here is 2nd and 2 for Rich. They trail 7-0 as we get into our second quarter now. 2nd and 2 for Rich. Handoff from Carrillo goes to Meek. And he will gain none on the play. And they'll give him a yard, so referees help Hayden Meek out. A gain of 1, and that brings up 3rd and inches for the Rebels. They're at their own 38-yard line. We are now in the second quarter. 7-0 Rich. Sorry, 7-0 Gunnison. I wish it was Rich. Here we go. The snap to Carrillo. He goes up the middle, and he's got a lot of room. He breaks through one tackle across the opposing 40-yard line, and Carrillo bursts up the middle for a gain of 21 on the run. On a QB sneak to just gain 1 yard, he adds on 20 extra, and the Rebels are in Gunnison Valley territory. Huge rush for Riley Carrillo, and Rich now looking to put some points on the board as they are at Gunnison Valley 39-yard line. 1st and 10, Carrillo in the pistol formation, takes the snap, runs into his man. Now he's got a lot of pressure, and he'll go down for a sack. A bit of a broken play for Rich. Carrillo goes back to the 50-yard line, so it'd be a loss of, they spot him at the 49, so a loss of 10. That brings up 2nd and 20 for the Rebels at the Gunnison Valley 49-yard line. Rich trails 7-0 after the Bulldogs scored a touchdown on the opening drive of the game. Under 11 minutes now in the second quarter. Here is Carrillo in the pistol formation, takes the snap. He hands it out to Meek on the end around, and Meek makes one-man miss and deceives the defense as he goes forward for about 7 on the run. So 7 yards for Hayden Meek. And now the Rebels have 3rd and about 14. For Rich, they are at Gunnison Valley's 43-yard line, trailing 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Over 10 minutes to go in our T7 Propane second quarter. Here's Carrillo with trips on the right, takes the shotgun snap, looking, got pressure. Now he runs with it. He goes up the middle, and he's going to burst through a seam, and he'll go all the way to the first down marker at the 29-yard line. Will they give him the first down? It'll be close. They may have, nope, they're going to give him the first down. So Carrillo, what an athletic play there by the junior quarterback, making something out of nothing. It was a pass play, and his blocking broke down. He ran with it, and using his feet picks up the first down for Carrillo on a 14-yard run. And now the Rebels have 1st and 10 at Gunnison Valley's 29-yard line. Here's Carrillo in the pistol, takes the snap, holds on to it. He'll look to pitch it. He runs with it instead, and after going around the tackle, he goes forward for about a gain of 2 on the run. So Carrillo picks up 2. Zach Stewart makes the stop for Gunnison Valley, and it's now 2nd and 8 for Rich at the Bulldogs' 27-yard line. Rebels trail 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard, just over 9 minutes remaining in the first half. Carrillo in shotgun, 3 receivers on the near side, 1 back behind him, takes the snap, it's an option, he'll hold on to it, now he pitches it at the sideline to Jaden Rao, who will get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard, yet they're going to move him forward a yard. So Rao picks up 1 on 2nd and 8. That brings up 3rd and 7 at the Gunnison Valley 26-yard line. Rao already with 3 carries today. He only had 1 all of last week. Rebel offense just seems to be in a rhythm, though. Here is 3rd and 7 for Rich at the Bulldogs' 26-yard line. Carrillo takes the shotgun snap. He'll hand it up the middle to Rao, and that's not going to go anywhere. He maybe gains a yard, which brings up 4th and 5 from the Bulldogs' 25-yard line. Let's see what Coach Grohl and Cornea designed here for the offense. Rebels trail 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. We have under 8 minutes to go in our T7 Propane second quarter. Carrillo gets the play call from Cooper Cornea, and 3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side. Carrillo in the pistol formation with Growl behind him, and it's a all-out blitz from Gunnison Valley, who tackles Carrillo for a big loss on 4th and 5. That will turn the ball over. Carrillo goes back for a loss of 7 on 4th and 5, and the Bulldogs take over at their own 32-yard line. Gunnison Valley has 1st and 10 at their own 32. They're up 7-0 over the Rebels with 7.5 to go in the first half. Hansen will be in shotgun. 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side. He's under center with 1 back in the backfield. Puts a man in motion, takes the snap, pitches it to Stewart, who's running across his face, and Stewart will fall forward for a gain of 1. Zach Stewart, one of the sharpest weapons for this Gunnison Valley offense. And so he gains 1, but he's only at 6 total yards today after losing 7 on the previous rush. Here is 2nd and 9. 2nd and a long 8 maybe for the Bulldogs. They're at their own 33-yard line. Hansen is going to be in shotgun. He's got 3 backs in the backfield, 2 receivers on the near side. The snap, it's a wildcat snap to Stewart. He runs up the middle, and he's not going to go anywhere once again. 1, 2, 3, too many Rebels in on the stop for the Bulldogs. And Stewart will gain maybe a yard on the play. It was 2nd and 8, and now it's 3rd and 7 for the Bulldogs. They're at their own 35-yard line. They're up 7-0 over Rich with under 6.5 remaining in the T7 Propane second quarter. Hansen breaks the huddle, sends receivers split out wide. 3 backs in the backfield, or 2 backs in the backfield. Hansen's in shotgun. Hansen takes the third down snap, drops back, looks to pass. He throws it at the sticks, and it goes to his own teammates on the sideline for an incomplete pass. And Greer in on the stop for Rich, the nearest defender. And it is an incomplete pass for Jack Hansen. Hansen will punt on 4th and 7 from their own 35-yard line. Meek and Greer stand at their own 30-yard line. Here's the snap and the punt. It's off. It's a line drive punt. It's going to go to Hayden Meek. He'll let it bounce a couple times. It goes across the 20-yard line, and that is where it will be spotted at the Rebels. Well, eventually they'll say it went out at the 25-yard line. So Riley Carrillo and the offense have decent field position. They're at their own 25-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for Rich. They're down 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. We have just a hair under 6 minutes remaining in the first half. Rich has moved the ball well so far. They picked up a couple of comprehensive family dental first downs. Just get to put some points on the board. Carrillo in the I formation under center. Takes the snap. He hands up the middle to Conk, and Riker Conk is going to gain maybe 2 on the play. So in on the stop is Talon Belknap. After Conk goes forward for 2. Or as they say, it's Jaden Rao who had the handoff. So Rao gets his 5th of the afternoon. He's already gone for 12 yards on 5 carries. He had the big 10-yard rush earlier. 6-yard rush to open up his afternoon. Here is 2nd and 8 for the Rebels. They're at their own 27-yard line. Carrillo takes the snap. It goes up the middle. Following his guard was Riker Conk. And he gains, actually they're going to give him a healthy spotting. They'll say he went forward for about 5 on the run. So here's 3rd and 2 for the Rebels on a 5-yard rush. All right. For Rich, they are at their own 32-yard line. They trail 7-0. We're under 5 minutes to go in the first half. Carrillo in the I formation, 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side, 2 backs in the backfield. Takes the snap. He holds on to it. It's the option. He'll go around the tackle, and he'll spin his way forward for a comprehensive family dental first down. He picks up about 8 on the run. So Carrillo goes forward for 8. And he's already having quite the offensive afternoon. He's over 50 yards on the ground now, Riley Carrillo, the junior quarterback. Rebels have 1st and 10 at their own 42-yard line. Here's 1st and 10 for Carrillo in the offense. Takes the snap. It's a handoff. No, he holds on to it. The option, he goes up the middle. He makes one-man miss, and he goes forward for a huge gain on the play. It'll be a 14-yard pickup as Carrillo had the option and went around the tackle and then ran over a defender or 2 and picks up about 14 on the run. Carrillo doing a great job of moving the ball as he picks up another comprehensive family dental first down. Rebels now in Gunnison Valley territory. They're at the Bulldogs' 44-yard line. Here's Carrillo once again in the I formation. Pair of receivers split out wide. 3 backs in the backfield. Handoff goes to Meek, and Meek will go around the tackle, and he'll pick up about 7 on the 1st and 10 rush. Rebels trail 7-0, and they're under 3.5 to go now in the first half. Meek goes forward for 6, they rule it. Here is 2nd and 4 for the Rebels. Carrillo under center, and a whistle is blown and a timeout for Gunnison Valley. Rebels pretty pumped up right now, and as we have a break here, I want to run through our starting lineups while we're still in the first half here. They're always brought to you by Lutz Construction, Excavation, and Landscape. We dig Bear Lake. So for the offense for Rich, it's the usual suspects of Riley Carrillo under center, Hayden Meek and Riker Conk in the backfield, Jaden Growell and Jaden Rowe getting some reps in it well from the tailback position. And out wide, it's Connor Greer and Trey Walker. And that's your Lutz Construction starting lineup for the Rich Rebels. Rich now trails 7-0. We'll take a quick, actually I think we'll keep it right here. They trail 7-0 on the station on main scoreboard. Gunnison Valley scored on the opening drive of the game. Drove essentially the length of the field. Converted a 4th and 20 to go ahead and score a touchdown. Rebels have 2nd and 4. They're at the Bulldogs' 37-yard line. Clock's important here. We're about 3 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Carrillo in shotgun. He's got 3 receivers on the near side. He holds on to it. He runs around. Now he throws it, and it's completed for a first down and a couple more. I believe that's Trey Walker on the far sideline. He picks up about 10 on 2nd and 4 for a Rebel Comprehensive Family Dental first down. So Carrillo completes his first pass of the day, and it's good for 10 yards to Trey Walker. Here is 1st and 10 for Rich. They're at the Bulldogs' 29-yard line. Carrillo under center in the I formation. Takes the snap. He'll hold on to it on the option. He goes with it, and he goes forward for about a gain of 4 on the run. Carrillo picks up about 4 yards.
4 yards on the play, 2nd and 6.
That brings up 2nd and 6 for the Rebels. There is just over 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Gunnison Valley up 7-0. Football currently sits on the turf at about the 24.5-yard line of the Bulldogs. So Rebels knocking on the red zone door. Here is Carrillo under center in the I formation. 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side. Handoff goes up the middle, and Retz is Hayden Meek, the ball carrier. He won't gain much, maybe 2 on the run. They'll give him just 1 yard. And we have another timeout. Our timeouts. We have a timeout, and we'll take a timeout of our own here. Rebels trail 7-0, just over a minute and a half remaining in the first half.
My name is Dr. Micah Pullins. I'm an orthopedic surgeon at Evanston Regional Hospital. I perform total hip, total knee, and total shoulder replacement. The huge majority of patients of mine that have undergone total joint replacement have been dealing with pain and disability for many years. After joint replacement and recovery, patients are back to doing the activities that they want to do.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations.
Here is 3rd and 5 for the Rebels. It was a jump from Gunnison Valley, but no call. Carrillo avoids his tackle, and now he holds on to it, and he will run forward, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That was a big 3rd and 5 for Rich at the Bulldogs' 24-yard line. He goes forward for no yards as he was pushed out of bounds at the line of scrimmage. That brings up 4th and 5 for Rich at the about the 23.5-yard line is where they spot it. Gunnison Valley up 7-0 here on our station on main scoreboard in the T7 Propane second quarter. Rebels will go for it. It is 4th and 5 from the Bulldogs' 23-yard line. Carrillo in the pistol formation takes the snap, looks to pass, drops back, throws over the middle, and it goes in and out of the hands of Jaden Growl. It would have been good for a first down and more. Growl can't hold on to it, and it's a turnover on downs for Rich, and the Bulldogs will take over at their own 23-yard line. A tough break for Riley Carrillo as he's thrown 3 great balls. Only 1 have been caught, though. With 1:37 left, let's see what the Bulldogs can do. They're at their own 23-yard line, the whole field in front of them. 1st and 10 for Jack Hansen in the offense. Hansen will line up in the shotgun formation. He's got 2 backs in the backfield, a pair of receivers split out wide. Takes the snap, looks to pass. Facing pressure, rolls out, throws it down the field near sideline, and it is nearly intercepted by Hayden Meek, but it's too tall for him. And that falls harmlessly to the grass for an incomplete pass. So on 1st and 10, the Bulldogs air it out, and it hits the floor for an incomplete pass. That brings up 2nd and 10 with 1:30 to go in the first half. Rich trails 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Gunnison Valley with 2nd and 10 at their own 23-yard line. Hansen will line up in shotgun, 2 backs in the backfield, pair of receivers split out wide. He's in shotgun. Hansen takes the snap. Once again, looks to pass, faces pressure, throws to the near sideline, and it hits the floor before it gets to the waiting hands of Creed Mogul. So an incomplete pass, and that brings up 3rd and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 23-yard line. Head coach for Gunnison, Patrick King, has put the pressure on his offense to try and pick up a score before going into the half, but with 1:26 remaining in our T7 Propane second quarter, it is 3rd and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 23. Let's see if they opt to run it here to try and run some clock off and possibly force Rich to take a timeout. Hansen in shotgun, 3 backs in the backfield. It's a wildcat snap to Stewart, but a flag will rain down on this parade here. False start will be called on the offense. So on 3rd and 10, we back this tea party up 5 yards for a 3rd and 15. It's the first penalty for either side today, and for the first time today, we hear the officials of John Goodman, our umpire, and Bill Ross, our referee, making the call. So 3rd and 15 for the Bulldogs at their own 18-yard line. 1:25 to go in the first half. Rich trails 7-0. Hansen in shotgun, puts a man in motion. It's a wildcat snap, but Stewart drops it, and now the Rebels are all over him, and he will have a huge loss on the play. It'll be about a loss of 9 for Zach Stewart, who took the wildcat snap, dropped it, and then ran backwards after picking it up. He loses 9, and that brings up about 4th and 19 with 1:17 to go. A timeout is called. We'll take a quick timeout of our own, but the Rebels will get the ball with just over a minute to go in the first half. They're down 7-0.
Whether it's for your home, your ranch, your equipment, or your business, when you need propane, count on the best. T7 Propane in Woodruff. The safe and professional team at T7 Propane offers quality product and the most responsive propane service in the area, so you can enjoy the affordability, reliability, and efficiency of propane. For heating, cooking, grilling, motor fuel, and more, count on the team at T7 for your personal or business propane needs. 435-793-4208.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports boosters, the Wilson Ranch in Randolph. Good luck, Rebels, from Dale, Kim, Kyler, and Casey. Remember, the harder you work, the more good luck you'll have. And by Argyle Ranch, Saddle, and Boot, Feed and Supply, a custom shop specializing in leather and wood goods with a farm feed and supply store to boot. Proudly supporting the Rich Rebels, the Argyle Ranch, Saddle, and Boot, Feed and Supply Store.
Another timeout is called right before the punt for Gunnison Valley. We won't send you to another break. We'll keep it here, though, so let's catch you up on what is going on here as the Rebels trail 7-0 in the second quarter. That's brought to you by T7 Propane in Woodruff. On the station on main scoreboard, there is 1 minute and 17 seconds to go in the first half. Gunnison Valley is going to punt it, I hope, as they are looking at a 4th and 19 from their own 10-yard line. So the Rebels will have a good opportunity to try and put some points on the board. As for Rich, I believe they have a timeout remaining, maybe 2. Here is 4th and 19. The punter, Hansen, in his own end zone, about a yard or 2 deep into the end zone. Takes the snap. It's a low snap. Gets the punt off, though. A line drive punt, and it's a great punt. It's going to go over the head of Connor Greer and bounce all the way from the 50 to the 16-yard line, and that's where it is down. So, wow. In about a 78-yard punt from the foot. You call it 80 yards, actually, from where Hansen punted it, but from the line of scrimmage, it's about a 68-yard punt. Wow, what a kick from Jack Hansen on a low snap. So the Rebels now have a minute and 6 seconds to try and get their first score of the game. They're at their own 19-yard line. All right, call it the 18. Here we go. From their own 18, the Rebels with 1 minute and 6 seconds to go. Carrillo will be in the pistol formation. He's got 3 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. Takes the snap. He'll roll out to the near side, and he slips and he goes down for about a loss of 5. Carrillo falls for a loss of 5. And that brings up 2nd and 15 for the Rebels at their own 16-yard line with 45 seconds and counting to go in the first half. Carrillo breaks the huddle. They are in no rush right now as this clock continues to bleed below 30 seconds nearly. Carrillo in the pistol formation takes the snap. He's got pressure, and he will get taken down about the 1-yard line. He had a couple of Bulldogs coming after him. Leading the charge, though, was Talon Belknap, and they'll mark him down at the 3-yard line. The Bulldogs were appealing for a safety, but when contact is made outside of the end zone, that is not a safety. It's not about where you're taken down. It's about where contact is made when we come to the safety rule, and that is where our first half will come to an end. Rebels trail 7-0 on the station on main scoreboard. They've had a couple of good opportunities in Gunnison Valley territory, but have yet to really punch it into the red zone. So we'll go into our Ellingford Brothers halftime show. We'll recap what's gone on, and we'll hear from Hayden Meek, our standout student. So keep it right here as we get into our Ellingford Brothers halftime show, the best in specialized services, including construction, steel fabrication, sand and gravel, and more. Give them a visit at ellingfordbros.com. We'll be right back here on Rebel Radio. Rich trails 7-0 to Gunnison.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
If you're a person who enjoys comfort, affordability, and history, make sure you stay at the Best Western Dunmar Inn the next time you're in Evanston, Wyoming. In 1957, retired FBI agent Jack Dub Mills purchased the 17-unit motel referred to as the Oasis of the West that was frequented by stars like Dolly Parton and Tanya Tucker. Today, when you stay at the Best Western Dunmar Inn, you'll enjoy the history while you relax in one of the 165 ground-level rooms on 10 beautiful acres. Best Western Dunmar Inn. Reserve your rooms today, 307-789-3770.
take a look at the homecoming festivities getting underway. That's an Auto Farm Chevrolet truck if I've ever seen one, driving across our 50-yard line. We're in our Ellingford Rose halftime show, and we'll get into our first half highlights. That's always brought to you by Rich County Government, Rebels with a championship cause. So let's get into our highlights here. Rebels fell down 7-0 after a 6-minute and 7-minute drive from the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs. And then after that, their offense found some rhythms. They had some big plays, and Riley Carrillo with 9 carries. He's already gone for roughly 73 yards, and he's had a couple of great looks. One of them being probably the best look was one that ended with an incomplete pass, but Riley Carrillo nearly connected with Connor Greer, which would have been close to a touchdown on what would have been about a 40-yard reception, but it unfortunately falls through the hands of Greer. He's a little tall, but I think it's one he wants back still. And that is our Rich County Government first half highlights. Also, other players making some notable moves. It's Hayden Meek. He's gone for about 18 yards off 5 carries, and Riker Conk had 2 carries for 15 yards, so very efficient running from Conk. And Jaden Rao, 5 carries for 12 yards. Rebels, though, offensively and defensively have looked sound, and that's why the score reflects it right now, as it is 7-0 in favor of Gunnison Valley. But the Rebels, in the closest game they've played all season, only down a score at the half. They look to pick up their first win, and what a win it would be on homecoming here with our doubleheader, with the volleyball team taking the court after the conclusion of this football game. That game will begin at 7 p.m. This is our Ellingford Brothers halftime show. We'll take another quick break, but when we come back, we'll have our standout student. It is running back and linebacker Hayden Meek. He gave me a couple moments of his time, and I caught up with Hayden and learned about the senior and what he's got going on off the gridiron. So he's our standout student. So we'll take a quick break here. Our standout student is brought to you, as always, by Western Ag Credit, your partner in agriculture, a lender who understands finance and agriculture. Give them a visit at 848 Front Street, Evanston, Wyoming. And this is our Ellingford Brothers halftime show. Rebels trail 7-0.
All right, now for your halftime.
When it comes to farming and ranching, it makes good sense to work with a lender who understands finance and agriculture. Western Ag Credit is an independent cooperative owned by the farmers and ranchers who borrow from it. With competitive rates, your loan is tailored to match your business needs. Real estate, livestock, equipment, and operating expenses. When it comes to farming and ranching financing, Western Ag Credit in Evanston is your partner in agriculture.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics is also brought to you in part by Freeway Tire. With a friendly and knowledgeable staff, quick and dependable service, and great prices come together. Call Freeway Tire at 307-789-8632. And by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all of the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. Call Hoover Chiropractic at 307-789-0043.
No matter what you need to have printed, Westar Printing is the place you want to have it done. Calendars, letterhead, envelopes, brochures, books, posters, vinyl banners, business forms, announcements, wedding invitations, and business cards are just a few examples. You can also have your favorite family photos printed on canvas or placed into a personalized family photo calendar. You will want to do business with Westar Printing. Stop in today. Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston.
There you see the cheerleaders there get off the field, I beg your pardon, after a beautiful performance by them. We have a little over 10 minutes remaining in our Ellingford Brothers halftime show, so let's move into our standout student. That's brought to you by Western Ag Credit. And today's standout student is Hayden Meek, a running back and linebacker that I'm sure you've heard his name called several times, including today as he's gone for 5 carries already. So without further ado, here is senior Hayden Meek.
It's now time for your Standout Student portion of our halftime show. The Standout Student is always brought to you by Western Ag Credit, your partner in agriculture, a lender who understands finance and agriculture. Visit them at 848 Front Street, Evanston. And I'm here with Hayden Meek, one of the stars of the football team. Hayden, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Great. So, Hayden, let's get right into the action. 3 games underway here in the season. What are your thoughts so far on how the team's done?
I feel like we've underperformed. I feel like we have a really talented team, but hopefully we can, turn that around this week against Gunnison.
What has the team learned about Gunnison as you guys have watched film and got ready this past week for them?
They like to run a lot, like to run around the end. They've got a couple good backs, number 24 and their quarterback. And then they also have a receiver that they can throw it deep to, so we got to be ready for them.
Hayden, you are in your senior year here at Rich. What have the last 3.5 years nearly been like for you?
They've been fun. I've really enjoyed my time here, and I'm just excited for this year, trying to make the most of it.
Hayden, I understand you're not only a football player, you play basketball as well. What's the love for basketball, and where does that come from?
I just started playing basketball, as a kid here in elementary, and just come to love it, just as much as football, and just really enjoying playing on the team with my friends. So,
Hayden, I can't promise that a coach won't hear this, but do you have a favorite between the two sports?
No, I like football better than basketball. So,
football over basketball. And Hayden, you're in your senior year here, so any plans or things you want to kind of look forward to after high school?
I'm planning on serving a mission, so wherever they send me, I'll go, and planning on going to college after that, but I'm not sure where.
I'm here with Hayden Meek of the Rich football team. Hayden, you've had some standout, fantastic plays through 3 weeks so far. Any jump out as your favorite so far?
I think the pick last week against Cokeville is probably my favorite. But yeah, hopefully we can change that this week.
Hayden, one last question, and then I'll let you get back to preparing for today's matchup against Gunnison. Hayden, what has the team improved on the most from the first practice to today?
I think effort. I think, blocking. Every play has got to be better, and I think it has gotten better throughout the season. And just, going all out every play.
Well, thank you so much, Hayden, for the time, and best of luck.
Yep, thank you.
That's Hayden Meek for our standout student of the game. And it's brought to you, as always, by Western Ag Credit, your partner in agriculture, a lender who understands finance and agriculture. Visit them at 848 Front Street, Evanston.
When do you schedule doctor appointments?
In bed before I fall asleep. In the car waiting to pick up my kids.
We can even do it after breakfast.
We all lead busy lives. Online appointment scheduling puts you in control. In just 90 seconds, you can make an appointment with a primary care provider or specialist at evanstonanytime.com. Select the day and time most convenient for you. Enter some basic information, and just like that, you're scheduled for care. Schedule appointments for next day and beyond at evanstonanytime.com.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Rebels! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Whether you need a big bite to eat, a tasty snack, or a sweet treat, the Crawford Trough in Randolph has it all to satisfy your cravings. From tasty burgers and wraps, patty melts and perfect pitas to fresh salads, home-cut fries, crispy onion rings, and of course, that silky smooth ice cream. The Crawford Trough can feed your hunger and then some. And if you haven't tried one of the Trough's mixed sodas, your taste buds don't know what they're missing. Stop in today at the place to eat and drink, the Crawford Trough at 120 South Main, Randolph. Randolph, Utah is a town of extremes. At an elevation of almost 6,300 feet and with temperatures over 90 in the summer and often 40 below in the winter, the folks who call Randolph home have to be a hardy crew. Maybe that's one reason the simple things in life mean so much to Rich County. Residents value hard work, education, respect, a love for God, family, and country, and being a good neighbor. Mayor Lynn Weston and the town board proudly support the Rich Rebels and hope you'll be able to visit soon and come back often.
Welcome back to our Ellingford Brothers halftime show. And it's time to get our Bear Lake Realty fan cam on. So let's check out some of the fans here for homecoming. We always want to appreciate Bear Lake Realty and all they do. That's Gary McKee, a proud sponsor and a good friend of the station and the Rebel. So here's our Bear Lake Realty fan cam. If we had the capability to look through walls, we would see a lot of fans in the gym as that volleyball game is getting closer and closer. That's a 7 p.m. first serve between the Rebels and the Tigers of Tabiona. We'll have that for you after this game as well. But for now, here's your Bear Lake Realty fan cam. If you're just joining us, thank you for making Rebel football a part of your Friday afternoon. Rebels trail 7-0, a close game here at halftime. They are down against the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs. Gunnison went down on the opening drive of the game. 6 minutes and 7 seconds, ate up a lot of clock on that, including converting a 4th and 20 on Rich's half of the field, which set up a 1-yard QB plunge for Jack Hansen. And that's how we got to our score of the game. The Rebels have had some great opportunities, though. Make no mistake. One of them being, most of the opportunities have been ones that just were not capitalized on. Riley Carrillo, the quarterback, had a great throw to his wideout Connor Greer. Greer unable to come up with the catch, and that would have been a huge gain, close to 50 yards. So a tough break for the Rebels. And that's how we get to our score of 7-0. We've got a little under 3 minutes to go here in our Ellingford Brothers halftime show. We always appreciate Ellingford Brothers, the best in specialized services, including construction, steel fabrication, sand and gravel, and more. Give them a visit at ellingfordbros.com. And we had our Rich County Government first half highlights. We heard from our standout student. That was Hayden Meek, brought to you by Western Ag Credit. And we're getting ready for our Town of Randolph third quarter. Good luck from the mayor, Lynn Weston. And the Rebels take the field, and we are getting closer to kickoff. And let's talk about a little bit of the calendar here. We'll do some housekeeping notes as we get closer and closer to the resumption of this game. And the Rebels are they're going to go on the road next week. It'll be another 4 p.m. start at Layton Christian Academy. So hope you can join me then. And it's back-to-back road games for the Rebels. Layton Christian Academy next week, 4 p.m. And then the week after that, it's at North Summit. So 2 relatively close games, especially when you put it in comparison to the opening week down in Kanab. So Rebels short bus rides here, and we're getting closer to kickoff. We have just over a minute to go. We got to take one more break so we can keep the lights on at the station and pay our bills. But we'll be right back. Rebels trail 7-0 on the station on main scoreboard. It's our Bear Lake Physical Therapy kickoff when we return.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics is also brought to you in part by Freeway Tire. With a friendly and knowledgeable staff, quick and dependable service, and great prices come together. Call Freeway Tire at 307-789-8632. And by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all of the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. Call Hoover Chiropractic at 307-789-0043.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Rebels! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
It's almost time for our Bear Lake Physical Therapy Kickoff, helping Rebels and Bears get back in the game since 1998. Rebels down 7-0 on the station on main scoreboard. Jack Hansen, the quarterback for the Bulldogs, with a 1-yard QB sneak at the goal line midway through the first quarter, and that's all the action. So if you're just joining us, you haven't missed a lot, but it's been a back-and-forth game, and Rob Leifson and I, my cameraman, and really my everything else, we're talking about it, and it seems like this could be the game where whatever team scores next may win. It kind of got that feel to it right now. If Gunnison can score and put themselves up 2 scores, that may be enough to distance themselves. As for the Rich Rebels, though, if they can get a touchdown here, they've kind of got the momentum. If you didn't see that one touchdown run, that one play from Gunnison, you may think Rich is ahead in this game because they've made such great plays offensively and defensively. They just get to do what football is all about, which is scoring touchdowns. So they've got an opportunity, though. They will get the ball to start the second half. Both sides warming up. They actually added another 2 minutes onto the clock. So we'll keep it here for another 2 minutes until we get our third quarter, which is brought to you by the town of Randolph. Good luck from the mayor, Lynn Weston, the board members, and the county clerk. We always appreciate the town of Randolph and all they do for us to make this broadcast possible. I'm Matthew Peterson here in Randolph, being your eyes and ears if you're unable to join us, whether you're watching at mylocalradio.com or listening on 98.3 FM KADQ. Either way, we're just happy you're joining us, which turned out to be a lovely Friday afternoon here in northeast Utah. After what's been a chilling week opening up and a tough start for the football team, you look back at the week here, they had no practice on Monday due to Labor Day, and then a power outage at the school canceled classes and practice on Tuesday. So you look at what Coach Grohl and his staff has done on a short week. They only had to practice Wednesday, Thursday, and today's Friday, and Thursday is more of your walkthrough day, so really about one full day of hard practice. And right now they put themselves in a position here to come back in the second half. Let's look at our stats here for total yards. Gunnison Valley has 70 yards through the air. They have gone back 3 on the ground, and you do the math, I'll do it for you. It's 67 total yards for the Bulldogs. As for the Rich Rebels, they've got 10 passing yards and 88 yards on the ground, so 98 yards. So Rich outgaining Gunnison by a decent margin here, total yardage-wise. Thanks, Rob Leifson, for providing our stats today, and we should be getting close here as we are under 10 seconds away from our Bear Lake Physical Therapy kickoff to restart the game. It will be Rich to receive, trying to find a rhythm, or continue, I should say, the rhythm they had in the first half offensively. Connor Greer and Trey Walker, the usual Batman and Robin duo, are back for Rich. Gunnison will kick off. Rebels trail 7-0 on the station on main scoreboard. We are now into our Town of Randolph third quarter. Rebels ready to receive as the Bulldogs get ready to kick off. Let's see what kind of starting position Greer and Walker can provide their quarterback Riley Carrillo with. Walker standing with Greer between about the 14 and 16 yard line. To kick off for Gunnison, it is Belknap, Talon Belknap, the senior. He'll kick off. He had a sack to close out the first half. And here he is to kick now. Here is the second half of Bulldogs and Rebel football here. It's a short kick. It takes a bounce at the 28-yard line. That's where Walker picks it up, and he goes forward for a handful of yards before being stopped at their own 32-yard line. So Riley Carrillo and the offense have pretty good starting field position. They're not too far backed up. They're at their own 32-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for Rich.
Rebels have a first down at the 32-yard.
We are just starting the second half. Rebels trail 7-0 to the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs. Rich looking for their first win in some time. It's a 12-game losing streak right now, and what a time this would be on homecoming. Here's Carrillo under shotgun, under center, takes the snap, hands it off the middle, and going forward for a few yards is looks to be Jaden Rao. Rao picks up about 5 on the rush. So Rao has really been used a lot today. That's his 6th handoff. He's gone for 17 yards, and flashback a week ago, he only had 1 carry for 3 yards. So Jaden Rao getting plenty of touches here. Here's Carrillo now. He's getting in the I formation under center, 2 receivers on the near side, takes the snap. He'll hold on to it, then pitches it to Grohl, and Jaden Grohl is outside of the numbers, and he goes forward for a gain of 1, maybe 2. That's Jaden Grohl's first touch of the ball today. They're going to give him 2 yards, so that brings up about 3rd and 2. Third and 2 for the Rebels. They're at their own 40-yard line, trailing 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard with just under 11 minutes to go in the town of Randolph third quarter. Carrillo breaks the huddle. He's got trips on the near side, 1 receiver on the far side. He's in the pistol formation with 1 back standing behind him. Takes the snap, looks to pass, swings it out, and that goes to Rao, who is rocked immediately like a chair, and he can't hold on to the ball. It's an incomplete pass. And that brings up 4th down. Actually, they're going to say he caught it, so credit to Rao for holding on to it after being hit hard. And right now we're seeing the quarterback, Jack Hansen, get a bit of a lesson from the referee here. I think it's about that tackle, as Rao was hit hard. So about a loss of 1 on the reception. Rebels to punt from their own 38-yard line. Flag is down, and I think it is going to be a false start on Rich. Indeed, it is. Rich backs it up 5 more yards, so from 4th and 4, we move to 4th and 9. Does not really matter as they're punting, so this is just for field position. Now it's 4th and 9 for Rich. The return men for Gunnison are Mogul and Stewart. They stand at their own 35-yard line. Rebel defense will hopefully come up with a stop here and to keep it at a 1-score game for their fans. Carrillo to punt for Rich. Takes the snap, gets the kickoff. It's a line drive kick. It bounces first to the 44-yard line, then turns around, and it is down by Connor Greer at the opposing 37-yard line. So that's where Jack Hansen and his offense will start to begin the second half for their offense. We'll take a quick break here. Actually, we're going to keep it here as there's going to be no timeout. So Rebels trail 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. They are on defense now with 9 minutes and 42 seconds to go in the third quarter. Here is 1st and 10 for Gunnison. They're at their own 37-yard line. Hansen in shotgun, trips on the near side, 2 backs in the backfield. The snap puts a man in motion first. Stewart goes to the near side. It's a run for Hansen up the middle, and he is met by a handful of Rebels, but Riker Conk was leading that tackle parade. Hansen picks up 2 on the rush. Hansen has had some difficulties rushing the football today. That's his 5th carry, and he's only gone forward for about 3 yards. Brings up 2nd and 8 for the Bulldogs. They were at their own 40-yard line. They lead 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard with just over 9 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. Hansen breaks the huddle. He sends 3 receivers on the far side. He's got 3 backs in the backfield. He lines up in the shotgun. He signals one guy to come into the line of scrimmage. A timeout here. Gunnison, I don't think they were all set on where they wanted to be. Coach Patrick King not happy with his group. He calls timeout, and so will we. Rebels trail 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. 8:50 to go in the 3rd quarter.
Randolph, Utah is a town of extremes. At an elevation of almost 6,300 feet and with temperatures over 90 in the summer and often 40 below in the winter, the folks who call Randolph home have to be a hardy crew. Maybe that's one reason the simple things in life mean so much to Rich County. Residents value hard work, education, respect, a love for God, family, and country, and being a good neighbor. Mayor Lynn Weston and the town board proudly support the Rich Rebels and hope you'll be able to visit soon and come back often.
We apologize for that. Here we go. 2nd and 8 for Rich. For Gunnison, I should say. They're at their own 40-yard line. Hansen in shotgun puts a man in motion. Snap. He throws it out wide to Stewart, and Stewart catches it and is met immediately by Jaden Grohl. And he goes backwards for a loss of 3. A huge tackle by Grohl. And now it is 3rd and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 37-yard line. It looked to me like it was a forward pass. So Stewart has had a rough day besides a huge 4th down conversion. Here is 3rd and 9 for the Bulldogs at their own 38-yard line. Hansen in shotgun, takes the snap, looks to pass, looks over the middle, and it's caught by Mogul. Mogul breaks the tackle and goes forward for a 1st down and a few more yards. A 1st down catch and throw between Hansen and Mogul. About a pickup of 15 on the play. That's Mogul's 1st reception. Here's the snap. Hansen facing pressure. Flag comes down. Now he runs with it, throws it across the middle, and actually near the sideline is where it is incomplete, though, as Mogul couldn't hold on to it. So incomplete pass. A flag came down in the backfield. It looks like it could be holding, and it is going to be holding on the offense. So 1st and 10 will turn into 1st and 20. Bulldogs back it up 10 yards, and I believe it's going to be a spot foul, so nope, here they go. Okay, that makes more sense. So 1st and a country mile. Bulldogs all the way back at their own 39-yard line. They need to get to Rich's 39-yard line. It's 1st and 20 for Gunnison. Hansen in shotgun, 2 backs in the backfield and 2 receivers on the near side. The snap goes to Hansen. He looks to throw, throws it across, and it's completed and caught by Sorensen. And Sorensen is able to pick up 8 yards on the reception after he is taken down by Greer and Conk in on the stop. That brings up about, they'll give him a 7 yards, so 2nd and 13 now.
Brings up 2nd
The snap to Hanson and shotgun. He is faced by Mirabrook. He's able to get it away, and he's got a wide open man. That's Christensen going all the way forward for a first down and a lot more. He picks up about 20 on the reception. 20 yards for Christensen. That brings up 1st and 10 for Gunnison. They are at the Rich 32-yard line. Hanson in the shotgun. It's a wildcat snap to Stewart. He runs forward with it up the middle, and he goes forward for about 4 on the run. Gunnison moving down the field. They're at Rich's 28-yard line now. Rebels trail 7-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Just over 6 minutes to go in the Town of Randolph third quarter. 2nd and about 7 for the Bulldogs. They're at Rich's 28-yard line. Hanson in shotgun, 2 backs in the backfield. 2 receivers on the far side. The snap, it's a wildcat snap, and it goes up the middle to Stewart. He breaks a couple tackles. He's got the first down and more as he stumbles and rumbles his way all the way to the Rebel 12-yard line. A huge first down for Gunnison as they are now well within the Rebel red zone. And he gains, we'll give him about, he goes all the way to the Rich 13-yard line. About a gain of 12 on the run. Stewart with his biggest rush of the day there, 12 yards. And that sets up a 1st and 10 at the Rebel 13-yard line. We are approaching 5.5 to go, and a timeout was called. We'll keep it here, though. 7-0 Rebels trail on the Station on Main scoreboard. And Gunnison has faced a lot of hurdles and obstacles today, and they have passed all of them. They had a 4th and 20, they converted. They had a 1st and 20, they converted. And this will be something Rich looks back at as if they're unable to come up with a win today of all the opportunities they put themselves in positions to have the ball given back to them and just gave it right back to Gunnison. Here is now 1st and 10 from the Rebel 13-yard line. Hanson is under center. 3 backs in the backfield. Takes the snap. It goes up the middle, and he runs with it. And he goes forward for about 2 on the run. Hanson picks up 2 yards, stopped by Eli Brooks. That brings up 2nd and 8, right around the Rebel 10.5-yard line. They'll spot him actually within the 10-yard line, so at the 9.5 now. Here is 2nd and 7 at the Rebels' 10-yard line. Gunnison on the march. Here's Hanson in the shotgun formation. He's got one back on his right hip. Puts Stewart in motion, though. Takes it. He runs up the middle. He's got a lot of room. He'll go for a touchdown. A 9-yard touchdown run from Jack Hanson gives the Bulldogs a 13-0 lead on the Station on Main scoreboard. It's Hanson's 2nd touchdown of the day. Hanson scored on a 1-yard rush and now a 9-yard rush. And here are the Bulldogs to kick a PAT and make it a 14-0 game on the Station on Main scoreboard. The touchdown scored with 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining in the third quarter. The snap is good. The kick is up, and that's good. Right down the middle. And it is a 14-0 lead here for the Bulldogs. We're a little over halfway through the third quarter. Rebels trail 14-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard.
2 roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when 2 roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less travel. Plains Tire, 157 Fair River Drive, Evanston.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Welcome back here. We have a Bear Lake Physical Therapy kickoff as the Rebels now trail 14-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. The kick is good. It's up, and it's a good kick, and it's fielded by Walker. He gets it at his own 14. Now he goes across the 20 and approaching the 25, but he'll be taken down at the 24-yard line, and here come Riley Carrillo and the Rebel offense. This game far from over. It's only a two-possession game right now, but the Rebels really got to get some points on the board soon, as Gunnison has the capabilities to put points on the board in a hurry. So it's 1st and 10 for the Rebels at their own 24-yard line. Carrillo breaks the huddle. He'll line up under center in the I formation. 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side. The snap, it goes up the middle to Meek, and Meek is met by a dog pound of Bulldogs. He goes forward for maybe a yard. They'll give him 1, so Hayden Meek gains 1 on the run. And that brings up 2nd and 9 for the Rebels at their own 25-yard line. They trail 14-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Under 4.5 to go in the third quarter. Here is 2nd and 9 for Rich. Carrillo breaks the huddle. He sends 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. He'll line up under center in the I formation. Takes the snap. He'll hold on to it, and that is not going to go much further than had he given it to Riker Conk. A flag does fly in at the end of the play, but Carrillo gains a yard. So it'll be about 3rd and 8. Let's see what this flag is, though. Referee's going to have a discussion right now, and then we'll get a verdict. A block in the back on the offense. And that'll be a 10-yard penalty, so that will bring about 2nd and 19 if Gunnison chooses to accept it. If they don't, it's about 3rd and 8. So let's see what Patrick King, the head coach for the Bulldogs, opts to do. He's going to accept the penalty. Yep, so that will bring up 2nd and 19 for the Rebels. Now the football lays at their own 19-yard line. Just over 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Here's the 2nd and long snap. Carrillo facing a lot of pressure, looking to throw it, and he goes down for a sack. And it's Hunter Pace now in the game. Check that. Riley Carrillo not in at quarterback. It's Hunter Pace, who we saw briefly a week ago, and now Pace coming out. He loses about 5 on the sack. Yep, so Carrillo had his helmet pop off on the 2nd down and had to exit the game for 1 snap. Now he's back in, and he's got a tough mountain in front of him. It is about 3rd and 18. Rebels at their own 16-yard line with 3rd and very long. They've got to get to their own 35. Here's the snap. Carrillo will look to throw. Now he's going to run up the middle with it, and he will gain maybe a yard or 2. So the Rebel offense stalls. They go backwards 5 yards at the end of it as Carrillo picks up 2. And 4th and 15 now for Rich at their own 20-yard line. They will punt. And deep for the Bulldogs is Stewart and Mogul, who stand at the Rebel right about midfield right now. Here's the punt from Carrillo. It's a short punt. It first bounces at the Rebel 38, fielded by Mogul at the Rebel 49, crosses the 45, spins his way out of 1 tackle, but can't break 2 tackles. He gets taken down at the Rebels' 42-yard line, so excellent field position for Jack Hansen and this offense, who already lead 14-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard with just under 2.5 remaining in our Town of Randolph third quarter. Rebel defense really needs to come up with a stop here, try and get some momentum back on their side. They outplayed Gunnison in the first half, despite trailing 7-0. Here is 1st and 10, though, for the Bulldogs at Rich's 42-yard line. Tight formation, 3 backs in the backfield. Hansen under center in the I formation. Trying to get the Rebels to jump. Takes the snap. He'll hold on to it and looks to pass, and he goes over the middle, and he's got a man. It's going to go for a touchdown potentially, as Christensen is going to go all the way, and is a 42-yard touchdown throw from Hansen to Christensen, who is wide open. And the Rebels were expecting run. They're met with a pass, and Brogan Christensen goes for 42 yards, and the score, it is now 20-0 Bulldogs. Christensen caught it about the 25-yard line, and all he had to do was turn his motor on, and he was in the end zone. Here is the extra point attempt now from the Bulldogs to make it a 21-0 lead. The kick is up, and it is good right down the middle. 21-0 Gunnison over the Rich Rebels on the Station on Main scoreboard with 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go in the third quarter. We'll take another quick break here.
If the idea of owning your own home in beautiful Bear Lake sounds like more than your finances can handle, visit the experts at Bear Lake Realty to learn how you can make it happen. Gary and Amber McKee at Bear Lake Realty can show you how to buy a home and rent it out, so it pays for itself while you enjoy it some of the time as well. And soon, you'll have your own place in the Caribbean of the Rockies. No one knows the market better, and no one else serves you better than Bear Lake Realty.
When you think about Bear Lake, think family, fun, fishing, beaches, boats, green, and great food. Think water, wildlife, trails, and shakes, snow, scenery, and sun. Think summer. Go to bearlake.org and plan your visit today. Visit Scenic Idaho.
We are ready to kick it off here. The Rebels trail 21-0. The kick is up, and it's going to be fielded by Walker at his own 16. Now he crosses the 20 to the 25, approaching the 30, and he's wrestled down just shy of the 30-yard line. So here come the Rebel offense now. They got to find a score sometime before the end of this third quarter. You'd imagine a 21-0 hole going into the fourth quarter is a tough one to climb out of. Rebels will start at their own 30-yard line. It's 1st and 10 for Rich with 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go on the Station on Main scoreboard here in our Town of Randolph third quarter. Carrillo under center. He sends 2 receivers to the far side, 1 on the near side in the I formation. Takes the snap. He will hand it off to Riker Conk, who's not going to go far with it. Or check that, it's Jaden Rao. So Rao goes for about half a yard on the run. 2nd and 9 now for Rich at their own 31-yard line. Rebels trail 21-0 with just over a minute and a half to go in the third quarter. 2nd and 9. Rebels break the huddle. Carrillo lines up under center in the I formation. 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. Takes the snap. He will hand it off to Meek, who is coming around, and Meek will bully his way forward for just a gain of 2, and that brings up about 3rd and 6. So Meek on his 7th carry of the day picks up his 21st yard, and it's 3rd and 6 for the Rebels. They are at their own 35-yard line. They need to get to the 41-yard line. Here's Carrillo in the pistol. Twins on each side. Takes the snap. Drops back. Throws over the middle, and he's got his man, but it goes through the hands of Travis Gifford. And that's another drop for Carrillo's wideout crew, and a tough one to have there, as that would have been good for about a gain of 10 and a first down. However, it is incomplete, and it brings up 4th and 6 now for the Rebels at their own 35-yard line. With 42 seconds to go in the third quarter, Rebels trail 21-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Carrillo will punt. Coach Grohl elects to punt here from their own half of the field. Mogul and Stewart. No, it's a fake. Carrillo's going to throw, and it's going to be caught by Greer. Wow! It bounces off the defender and then falls into the waiting hands of Connor Greer, who picks up the first down on the fake punt. Wow. That will go for about 18 yards on the reception. Call it 19. They spot him down at the 49-yard line, and what a huge play for the Rebels on a fake punt to pick up the first down after it's tipped up by a defender and then caught by Connor Greer. And a flag comes down before 1st and 10 could be snapped, and it's going to be false start on the offense. That's the Rebels' third penalty today. It's 5 yards. Connor Greer gets his first reception of the day on the fake punt. So Carrillo now with 28 yards through the air, 3 for 6. Here is 1st and 15 for Rich at their own 44-yard line. The snap in the pistol formation, and Carrillo hands up the middle for the final play of the third quarter to Rao, who picks up 2. And we will go into the fourth quarter. Rebels down 21-0, but some trickery keeps this alive for Rich as they convert on a fake punt. Don't go anywhere, Rebel fans. It is a close ball game here as we get into the fourth quarter. Rich trails 21-0.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics is also brought to you in part by Freeway Tire. With a friendly and knowledgeable staff, quick and dependable service, and great prices come together. Call Freeway Tire at 307-789-8632. And by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all of the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. Call Hoover Chiropractic at 307-789-0043.
This game is moving along very quickly here. We are now in the fourth quarter. That's a Bear Lake Realty fourth quarter. Thanks to Gary and Amber McKee in Garden City. Here is 2nd and long for Rich. Carrillo takes the shotgun snap. He'll run with it. He crosses the 50 to the 45, and that's going to be good for about a gain of 11 on the run for Carrillo. It'll bring up 3rd and short. So here is 3rd and 1 for the Rebels. They are at the Bulldogs' 42-yard line. Carrillo scrambled his way forward for 11 on the previous play. And now he'll line up in the shotgun formation with 1 back to his right and 3 receivers on the far side. Snap goes to Carrillo. He runs up the middle, and he's going to be good enough for a first down, it appears. They will give him a first down. Yep, they spot him at the 40-yard line, and that's good enough for a comprehensive family dental Rebel first down. Carrillo picks up 2. He only needed 1. They'll let him keep the change. And now it is 1st and 10 for Rich at the Bulldogs' 40-yard line. Rebels trail 21-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard with just over 11 minutes to go in the game. Here's Carrillo in the pistol, takes the snap, running to the near side. He will hold on to it and had the option to pitch it, elected not to. and he gets back to the line of scrimmage. So no gain. 2nd and 10, still at the Bulldogs' 40-yard line. Rebels converted a 4th and long on a fake punt after Carrillo threw it to Greer. It was tipped up by a defender, and Greer was just sitting there waiting for it to fall into his lap. Rebels now with 2nd and 10. Under center in the I formation, Carrillo hands up the middle to Conk. Conk makes one defender miss and then able to get forward for a big gain. It goes about 6 yards, but the ball came loose, and they'll say he was down. Gunnison came up with it, but Conk picks up 6 on the rush, and that brings up 3rd and 4. Ball is spotted at the Bulldogs' 34-yard line. Here is 3rd and 4 for Rich. Under 10 minutes to go in the game now. They still trail 21-0 to Gunnison. Carrillo in the I formation. He lines up under center with 2 receivers on the near side. Takes the snap. He hands out. No, he holds on to it on the option, and he goes around the corner, and he is pushed around after a gain, though, of 2, and that brings up 4th and about 1, and you got to imagine Coach Grohl will go for it in a situation like this. So 4th and 2 for the Rebels. They are at the Bulldogs' 32-yard line. Let's see what play Cooper Cornea has drafted up for his side. 4th and 2. Rebels really have to convert this one to keep it alive. Carrillo breaks the huddle in the pistol formation. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side. And some movement before the snap, and I think it's going to be a false start on the offensive line. It appeared that Colton Johnson was a little excited for that 4th and 2 and moves before the snap, so that makes it 4th and 7. And now that really changes the play calling for Rich here. They went from 4th and short to about 4th and medium. That's the 3rd false start for Rich at home, and that's something that Rich really prides themselves on this year, is obeying the rules. They don't commit many penalties, but they've got 4 today, and that's up to 25 yards. Here's 4th and 7 at the Bulldogs' 37-yard line. Carrillo in the pistol, takes the snap, drops back, looks to throw. He's got pressure, rolling out, loads up, throws down the sideline, and is caught by Greer at the 2. Connor Greer, no, he drops it, can't hold on to it. Had it. It's knocked loose at the last moment. Oh, that's a tough break for Connor Greer. He had his man beat, went above him like an elevator, and a tough break for Connor Greer. And it is turnover on downs. Bulldogs take over at their own 37-yard line. They're up 21-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard with just under 8.5 remaining in the Bear Lake Realty 4th quarter. Here's 1st and 10 for Gunnison at their own 37. Hansen under center with a crowded backfield, 2 to be exact. Takes the snap, goes up the middle. It's a direct snap, actually, to Dylan Anderson, and he won't go anywhere with it. That's the first time we have seen Dylan Anderson today. He's usually a big part of this offense, but he has been very quiet so far. No gain on the play on 1st and 10, so that brings up 2nd and 10 for Gunnison at their own 37-yard line. They have a 21-0 cushion right now. The clock is under 8 minutes. We invite you to stick around after the game for not only the post-game show, but we'll have a volleyball match at 7 p.m. Here is 2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs at their own 37-yard line. Hansen in the shotgun. He's got 2 backs in the backfield. Snap goes directly to Anderson instead of the Wildcat. He bursts through a gap and he goes forward across the 45, approaching the 50, a 1st down and more. A flag is down, though. And I think it's going to be holding, but we'll wait to see what the official rules it. It's a 13-yard gain if it is not called back. And it will be. It's going to be holding on the offense, so that negates a 13-yard run from Anderson. And that brings up 2nd and 20 now. So the Rebels keeping it alive right now with under 7.5 to go in the Bear Lake Realty fourth quarter. They trail 21-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. And they're going to spot him actually way behind a spot foul. So brings up about 2nd and long. We'll do the math for you in a moment. But for now, the ball is spotted at the Bulldogs' own 22-yard line. Hansen in shotgun. 2 backs in the backfield. Direct Wildcat snap to Stewart. Flag comes down, though. He rolls around the outside, and he's not going to go anywhere. He is stopped by Jaden Grohl on the tackle. The ball's at the 22, and they need to get it out to about the 47, so it was 2nd and 25. A flag came down after the ball was snapped. Let's see what it is. And I think they're going to... It's on the offense. It's declined, though. I think it might have been illegal shift or illegal motion, something in that neighborhood. But Rich declines it. That brings up 3rd and a country mile, about 26 yards to be exact. So here are the Bulldogs from their own 22-yard line. They need to get all the way out to the 47. Hansen will be in shotgun. He's got 2 backs in the backfield, 2 receivers on the near side, 2 on the far side. Takes the snap, looks to pass, drops back. He avoids 1 tackle, and he slings it out, and it's going to be an incomplete pass as Anderson was immediately met by a defender. The ball is jarred loose, and that brings up 4th and long with 6.5 to go in the game. Rebels trail 21-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. So about 4th and 26 here. Rebel defense makes a huge stop after the offense turns it over. We're getting ready for 4th and a very long punt here from Gunnison. Clock is not moving, though, as the previous play resulted in an incomplete pass. Hansen to punt, gets it off, bounces at their own 45, then goes on a Gunnison roll all the way to the Rich 42-yard line. So that's where the Rebel offense will take over. With 6.5 to go, they got to get 21 points to tie this game. Let's see if they can do it. It is 1st and 10 for Rich at their own 42-yard line, trailing 21-0 with 6:27 to go in our Bear Lake Realty fourth quarter. Rebels need to pick up some points in a hurry if they want to make a comeback here in our homecoming game against the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs. Carrillo breaks the huddle. The quarterback moves his way under center in the I formation. 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side, and then 2 backs behind Carrillo, who's under center. Takes the snap. He'll hand it off. No, it's a flea flicker. Pitches it back to Carrillo. He loads up and throws across the middle, and it is incomplete. The intended receiver was Trey Walker, who fell at the Bulldogs' 35-yard line. Had he caught it, it would have been good for about a 25-yard reception on the flea flicker. And we've seen Coach Grohl now go deep into his playbook. That's the second trick play so far today. The first one coming on a fake punt, which resulted in a first down, and not the same result here. We'll keep it with 2nd and 10 for the Rebels at their own 43-yard line. Under center, Carrillo takes the snap, rolls out, pitches it here to Meek. Meek crosses over the 45 to the 50, and he brings a couple defenders with him, and he picks up about 8 on the run. Yep, they'll give him an 8-yard gain on his 8th rush of the afternoon. So that brings up 3rd and 2 for the Rebels. They're at midfield with under 6 minutes to go. They're down 21-0. Carrillo and the offense break the huddle. Another I formation. 2 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side. Carrillo under center with 2 backs in the backfield. He takes the snap. He hands it up to, he's going to hold on to it actually, and he will go backwards for a yard as he is met by a handful of defenders. Adrian Yonker making the initial stop for Gunnison. That brings up 4th and 4 for the Rebels. They're at their own 48-yard line. They need to get to the Gunnison Valley 47-yard line. Here's 4th down for Rich. They're at their own 48. They need to gain 5. Carrillo in the pistol formation. Takes the snap. He'll look to pass. Wide receiver screen goes to Greer. He has enough for a first down. It's going to be close. I think they're going to give it to him. Connor Greer, he picks up the first down on 4th and 5 on a wide receiver screen to the near side. And the Rebels move the chains for a comprehensive family dental first down. It's the 4th completion for Carrillo, who's had a pretty strong afternoon. Picks up 5 on the reception. Here is 1st and 10 for Rich at the Bulldogs' 46-yard line. Carrillo in the pistol, takes the snap. He hands it up the middle. No, he opts to hold it. Now he pitches it over forwardly to Greer, who's not going to go anywhere with it. A bit of a broken play, and then Carrillo just dumped it off to Connor Greer, who is met immediately by a handful of Bulldogs, and that is good for no gain on the play. So 2nd and 10. Second and 10 for Rich at the Bulldogs' 47-yard line. Here's the snap. Carrillo looks over the middle to throw, and it's an incomplete pass. Looking for Trey Walker, too high for him, though, as it is a bullet above his head. And that brings up 3rd and long now for the offense. They're at the 46-yard line, and they need to get to the 36 of the Bulldogs. Carrillo breaks the huddle. His team trails 21-0 with over 4 minutes remaining in the game. 3rd and 10 in the pistol. He takes the snap. He drops back. Looks to pass. Loads up over the middle. He's got his man Greer. And Greer picks up a first down and more. He goes forward for about 16 yards on the reception. And Carrillo and Greer connect for a comprehensive family dental first down all the way to the Bulldogs' 30-yard line. Under 4 minutes in the game now. Rebels still behind 21-0. Here is 1st and 10 for Rich at Gunnison's 30. Carrillo in the shotgun, takes the snap. He's got some pressure, and he'll go down for a sack. And the whistle is blown as he's in the grasp of the defender. And he is taken down by Tyreek Hopkins for a loss of 6 on the play. Timeout is called by Coach Grohl. He wants to talk things over. We'll take a timeout of our own with 3:26 remaining in our Bear Lake Realty fourth quarter. Rebels trail 21-0.
Whether you're kicking up dust in the hills, making waves down on the lake, or taking advantage of the world's greatest powder, don't just hope to have fun. Take that sled by the handlebars and make your time at Bear Lake epic. Epic Recreation rents equipment and cabins for your vacation fun at beautiful Bear Lake. From watercraft large and small to UTVs, sleds, and more, Epic Recreation has it all to go on-road, off-road, or out on the Caribbean blue water. Book your adventure at epicrecreation.net.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
the tire professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you...
We're back here as Carrillo takes second and long snap. He's going to run with it across the 30. He picks up a lot more, and he goes forward for a gain of 11 on the run. Here is 3rd and short now for the Rebels offense. They're at the Bulldogs' 24-yard line. They need to get to the 20. So 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 for the Rebels. Carrillo in the pistol, takes the snap, looks to pass, drops back, rolls out to the near side, throws it over the middle, and a couple of hands get to it, but no one comes up with the ball as it eventually hits the floor for an incomplete pass, and that brings up 4th down now. 4th and 4 for Rich as Carrillo could not connect with Walker across the middle. With 2:45 and change, Rebels need to, well, it would be nice to get a score. They're down 21-0 here late in the 4th quarter. Here's Carrillo in the pistol, takes the snap, drops back, looks to pass, loads up, throws to the far corner to Greer, and it is over the head of Connor Greer. Had a step on his defender, but too much oxygen underneath the ball. Incomplete pass, and now we have, that was 4th down, and a turnover on downs. So the Rebels turn it over for the 3rd time on downs. And now Gunnison can just run out the clock here as they lead 21-0 late in the 4th quarter. Just above 2.5 to go in our Bear Lake Realty 4th quarter. We appreciate Gary and Amber McKee in Garden City. Visit bearlakerealty.com. And Gunnison wastes no time at all to get into victory formation. A flag does come down, though. And I think there's too many men on the field. And it's going to be against Rich. 5-yard penalty. So now 1st and 10 turns into 1st and 5 for the Bulldogs. They're at their own 29-yard line. In victory formation, nope, they're going to hand it off and run it to Stewart. On 1st and 5, Stewart is going to go forward for about a gain of a yard or 2. And at this point, the Rebels can do very little besides calling a couple timeouts with 2:31 remaining in the game. An injured player right now as everyone's taking a knee. I can't make out who is the hurt Rebel as the Rich coaching staff comes out. And it is Riley Taylor who gingerly pops up and now jogs to the sideline. So happy to see that. Riley Taylor has been a strong defensive force for Rich this year. He's got a sack on the season. Here is 2nd and 5 as Stewart gains no yards on the last rush. They have held him to 14. If I had told you that before the game, you'd think the score would be the reverse right now, but it is Gunnison up 21-0. Here's Hansen in the shotgun with a crowded backfield. Takes the snap. No, it's a direct snap. And on the Wildcat snap, it is going to be Anderson falling backwards for a yard. Muirbrook in on the stop for Rich. Third and about 6.5, 7 here for the Bulldogs with under 2 minutes remaining in the game. A 21-0 lead for Gunnison over Rich. After the game, we'll have our post-game show. That's always brought to you by Epic Recreation. And then we'll make our way over to the gymnasium for the volleyball match. Here is 3rd and 7, though, first. Hansen in shotgun with 3 backs in the backfield. It's a direct snap to Stewart on the Wildcat. He runs up the middle. He runs over a defender who gets tripped him up, though. And he goes forward for about 7 yards, and that's a 1st down for Gunnison, and that should do it here with under a minute and a half remaining. Max Perry, the freshman, made the shoestring tackle. Or the sophomore checked that. Here's 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. They're at their own 38-yard line, and with 1:07 and counting, 1 or 2 more snaps will do it here from the gridiron before we get to the volleyball court. Rich looked strong in the first half. They went into halftime trailing 7-0. And now it is victory formation, I believe, here for Gunnison. Yep. So Hansen takes the knee. A few more of those as we are under 40 seconds. We'll do it from Randolph, Utah for your Rebels and Bulldogs final. It's going to be a 21-0 finish for Gunnison Valley. Rich will move to 0-4 on the season, while the Bulldogs will equalize their record at 2 wins and 2 losses. And with 10 seconds, we'll get the final snap of the game. A knee from Hansen, who does that exactly, and that's our final here. Rebels fall 21-0 to the Bulldogs. Rich unable to come up with any offense today. Defense did their part. And we'll move into our Epic Recreation post-game show. Hopefully we will be able to get Coach Grohl up here to talk about the game. And then we'll do a quick post-game show before we move over to the volleyball court for our broadcast of that event. So keep it right here. You don't have to change your window or the screen whatsoever. It's the same stream here on mylocalradio.com. Or if you're listening, don't change the dial. Keep it right here at 98.3 FM KADQ. And we will take a quick break, but your final, Gunnison 21, Rich 0.
Whether you need a big bite to eat, a tasty snack, or a sweet treat, the Crawford Trough in Randolph has it all to satisfy your cravings. From tasty burgers and wraps, patty melts and perfect pitas to fresh salads, home-cut fries, crispy onion rings, and of course, that silky smooth ice cream. The Crawford Trough can feed your hunger and then some. And if you haven't tried one of the Trough's mixed sodas, your taste buds don't know what they're missing. Stop in today at the place to eat and drink, the Crawford Trough at 120 South Main, Randolph.
Whether it's for your home, your ranch, your equipment, or your business, when you need propane, count on the best. T7 Propane in Woodruff. The safe and professional team at T7 Propane offers quality product and the most responsive propane service in the area, so you can enjoy the affordability, reliability, and efficiency of propane. For heating, cooking, grilling, motor fuel, and more, count on the team at T7 for your personal or business propane needs. 435-793-4208.
21-0 your final. Rich Rebels fall to Gunnison Valley. And we are now in our Epic Recreation post-game show. We'll have Coach Grohl up here in a moment, so we'll get ready for him. And after that, we'll get into our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. As always, I had a great Jimmy John's sandwich today. They are consistently quality good out on Front Street in Evanston. So we're here in our Epic Recreation post-game show, and Coach Grohl is making his way up the stairs, and that will bring us to our Stacy's Repair Diagnostics report. Thanks to Rob Leifson for getting his steps in today and tracking down Coach Grohl. Coach, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Coach. So what's going through your mind right now?
You know, we didn't come out second half. First half we played pretty well, but the second half, it just didn't go right the first few plays, and then we just decided, just kind of like before, we got to be a little bit more mentally tough.
Riley Carrillo, the quarterback, last week had a rough outing in Cokeville, but he seemed to really respond and rebound well today. What was your takeaway from his game?
He did a great job today. He threw it really well. He run really well. He stepped up, and there was a lot of others that stepped up that to help him and stuff, but we just made a few too many mistakes. The mistakes will kill you.
Coach, for the first time all season, we saw some trickery from your play calling, a fake punt, and a couple more, a flea flicker. How long have you been keeping it in your pocket, and what was the decision-making to show your cards there?
We had to have something to spark some fire back in them, and so we tried to do anything we could to get them to respond to us.
Coach, one final question here on our Stacy's Repair Diagnostics Report. 21-0 final in favor of the Bulldogs. What's going to be your big takeaway from this loss as you go into practice next week and what you want to improve on?
Mental toughness. You know, we got to come back out in the second half. There's 2 halves to every game, and we played really, really well. First half, the second half, we didn't show up very well, and we've got to play better in the second half.
Coach, as always, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
That is head coach Justin Grohl. Rebels fall 21-0 to the Bulldogs. We always appreciate Coach Grohl giving us a moment of his time here on our Stacy's Repair post-game diagnostics report. At Stacy's Repair, need a repair? Take it to the ones who truly care. We'll take another quick break, and then when we come back, we'll have our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, and then we'll pretty much wrap things up before we scamper over to the gym for the volleyball match, which is in about 55 minutes. So keep it right here on Rebel Radio.
Is it time to stop wishing for your dream home in beautiful Bear Lake? If you're ready to make your dream a reality, Bear Lake Realty can help with residential and land listings, including vacation properties, timeshares, cabins, condos, beachfront, lake view, and more. Bear Lake Realty has what you're looking for. And with more than 30 years of real estate experience in the area, you know you're working with the best. Visit bearlakerealty.com and come and enjoy the Caribbean of the Rockies with us.
You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
Welcome back to our Epic Recreation post-game show, your final this afternoon. Gunnison Valley 21, Rich nothing. Rebels have struggled offensively all season long while the defense continues to keep them in games, and the story continued today. Let's get into our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. So from the start, Gunnison really grabbed this game by the horns. They had a 6 minute and 7 second drive to start the game, resulting in a 1-yard touchdown rush, thanks to Jack Hansen, the quarterback of the Bulldogs. And then it was pretty stale after that, both sides exchanging defensive stops, and we went into the half 7-0, but it would be the Bulldogs who came out stronger in the second half. They would go on to score 14 more points, one of them coming off a 9-yard touchdown run from Jack Hansen, his second score of the day. And then he connected with his wideout Brogan Christensen for a 42-yard touchdown reception. And that is how we got to our 21-0 final. Carrillo had a strong afternoon. Finished 6 for 14 and had a lot of rushing yards to go with it too. Close to about 90 yards on 16 carries, but the sacks really hurt him. He took 5 sacks for 38 yards, so you cancel that out. As for Gunnison, they did not do that strong on the ground. They only rushed for 23 yards. However, through the air, they were able to pass for 150, so the grand total 173 yards. And for the first time all season, Rich outgained their opponent yardage-wise. They had 49 passing yards and 130 rushing yards. And that is our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. As always, we're fresh and fast meat, gourmet sandwiches, fresh and fast every single day. You'll want to give them a visit. They're at 113 Front Street. I got my BLT today, and it never disappoints. We appreciate Jimmy John's for our Freaky Fast recap. We'll get into our Roundup calendar, and that's brought to you by Western Ag Credit. So keep it right here. That's our Roundup calendar. So we'll keep it right here on Rebel Radio. One more quick break, and then we get ready for the volleyball matchup. So don't go anywhere, Rebel fans. Once again, 21-0 Gunnison over Rich.
Whether you're looking for gravel, sand, topsoil, rock, or other materials for your excavation or landscaping project, trust the experienced, knowledgeable team at J-Bar Excavation, specializing in sale and delivery of the materials you need to finish your project. J-Bar Excavation in Randolph, Utah has the team, the tools, and the plan to help you create exactly what you're looking for. J-Bar does quality work that fits your schedule and your budget. Call J-Bar Excavation today, 435-793-5855.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Your final this afternoon, Gunnison comes into Rich and scores 21 on homecoming. The Rebels offense fails to respond. 21-0 here at Randolph. And we now move into our roundup calendar. And our next event is today. It's in about 50 minutes, maybe closer to an hour, as the JV game is still going right now. But it is the volleyball squad taking on the Tabiona Tigers. So don't even exit out of the screen. Don't change the dial. Whatever you're doing, don't change anything, because we're going to be back with more Rich athletics after this quick shuffle from the football stadium to the gymnasium. But tomorrow, it is the volleyball team once again going at it. They're on the road in Manila for a 3:30 start. And then they follow that up with next Thursday on the road again at Mount Vernon, I believe, for a 6 p.m. start. And that is our roundup calendar here. And that will do it from us from the football stadium. We'll move into our volleyball broadcast after this. But once again, your final 21-0. I want to thank my cameraman, Rob Leifson, and my producer, Val Cook. I'm Matthew Peterson, signing off. Just for now, though, once again, Rich 0, Gunnison 21.
Thank you for joining us for another Rich Rebel sporting event on KADQ 98.3 or our live stream on mylocalradio.com. Today's broadcast was brought to you by our amazing sponsors. Rebel Football is brought to you by Evanston Regional Hospital, Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley, the Come On In Casper, Plains Tire, Hoover Regional Chiropractic, the Best Western Dunmar Inn and Legal Tender, Freeway Tire, Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau. The proceeding has been a fully owned production of Old West Media and Cook Brothers Broadcasting. No portion can be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the aforementioned rights owner.
A Utah powerhouse, 17-time state champion. But the Gym and Rich has room for an 18th banner.
dug up by the Eagles. Lyman sets it up for Hansen. Blocked. Touched over. They're going to call it a double hit.
A school with a long tradition and legacy. A tradition and legacy of excellence, success, and, of course, championships.
Walker with the service. Stacy receives. Good pass. Cornea doesn't have to move. Wallenstein's hit. Deflected to the floor. It dropped into the donut hole. Bryce Hansen.
Rebel Volleyball is brought to you by Evanston Regional Hospital, Hoover Chiropractic, Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley, the Come On in Casper, Plains Tire, the Best Western Dunmar Inn and Legal Tender, Freeway Tire, Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau.
A quick back set to Staple. Back corner. Kendall finds the spot.
This is Rich Rebel Volleyball. Rebel fans, get comfortable, strap it down, and enjoy another broadcast of Rich Volleyball. We head down to the court to join the voice of the Rich Rebels, Matthew Peterson.
Good evening, Rebel fans, and welcome to Game 2 of our Rich doubleheader today. We're done with the football game, so we moved indoors for a volleyball matchup between your Rich Rebels and the Tabiona Tigers. I'm Matthew Peterson. Happy to have you along with me here for what could be a win for Rich to level out the doubleheader after the football team fell to 21-0. I don't really know how long we are until our beginning serve, as the clock likes to play games on us here, but I promise you it'll be sometime soon, as the JV team swept Tabiona 3-0. Freshmen won as well in 5. So far, Rich is 2-0 against the Tigers today, and they turn to the varsity program to complete the sweep as the Tigers made the trip up to Rich County for today's matchup. We'll take a quick break here, and then when we get back, we'll go into our scene set, but we're happy you're with us here on our Town of Randolph pregame show, home of the Rich Rebels. Good luck from Mayor Weston and the rest of the town board members and town clerk. I'm Matthew Peterson, and we'll take a quick break, and then when we get back, it's time for our scene set. So don't go anywhere, Rebel fans. We have Rebel Volleyball coming your way against the Tabiona Tigers.
Randolph, Utah is a town of extremes. At an elevation of almost 6,300 feet and with temperatures over 90 in the summer and often 40 below in the winter, the folks who call Randolph home have to be a hardy crew. Maybe that's one reason the simple things in life mean so much to Rich County. Residents value hard work, education, respect, a love for God, family, and country, and being a good neighbor. Mayor Lynn Weston and the town board proudly support the Rich Rebels and hope you'll be able to visit soon and come back often.
Welcome back here for our scene set here as the Rebels get ready for their matchup against the Tabiona Tigers. We apologize for the technical difficulties, but we're all straightened out here as Rich enters with a 4-2 record overall. They got that win against Kemmer last week, and Tabiona is at 3-5 on the season. The Tigers not getting out to the start they would have hoped for, but hopefully they can well, for their sake, turn it around. As for the Rich Rebels, they look to pick up a win today against the Tigers in a sweep too, as they've come accustomed to doing that against their weaker opponents. As you see Sage Tingy and the rest of that Rich side get warmed up. We'll take a quick break, and then when we get back, we have more for our scene set here on the Town of Randolph pregame show.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
We welcome you back to our Town of Randolph pregame show. Rebels and Tigers are the entree tonight for your matchup here as the varsity team looks to continue on to what the freshman and JV team started with a pair of wins for themselves. And here we go into our scene set here. Let's learn a little bit more about the Tabiona Tigers. Last season, Tabiona had a pretty successful season. They went 18-11. However, they finished 6th in 1A. They did have one matchup against the Rebels nearly a year ago today, and the Rebels swept the Tabiona Tigers 3-0, and that is our scene set here on the Town of Randolph pregame show. We're getting closer and closer to our beginning serve, which is always brought to you by Town & Country Realty, selling Bear Lake in Utah and Idaho. You're going to want to contact Pam Cornea. She's the best in the biz. Give her a call at 435-779-0012. We have a few more things we have to get through here on our Town of Randolph pregame show. Unfortunately, we won't have a coach's show due to the quick sprint we had from the football finish to the volleyball start, but we will have our pregame slice, which is always brought to you by Old Chicago Pizza in Logan. Pizzas and more built from scratch, one delicious fresh ingredient at a time. We'll take one more quick break, I think, and then it's volleyball time here, so don't go far, Rebel fans. We're getting ready for today's beginning serve.
Randolph, Utah is a town of extremes. At an elevation of almost 6,300 feet and with temperatures over 90 in the summer and often 40 below in the winter, the folks who call Randolph home have to be a hardy crew. Maybe that's one reason the simple things in life mean so much to Rich County. Residents value hard work, education, respect, a love for God, family, and country, and being a good neighbor. Mayor Lynn Weston and the town board proudly support the Rich Rebels and hope you'll be able to visit soon and come back often.
Two roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when two roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less traveled. Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics is also brought to you in part by Freeway Tire. With a friendly and knowledgeable staff, quick and dependable service, and great prices come together. Call Freeway Tire at 307-789-8632. And by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all of the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. Call Hoover Chiropractic at 307-789-0043.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper. You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Rebels! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
We take your fun very seriously. That's why we put so much emphasis on training and experience with our mechanics at Cash Honda Yamaha. Whether you're getting it ready for an upcoming season, putting it away for the winter, having routine maintenance, or have a mechanical problem, we want to make sure that when you're ready to have fun with it, it's ready for you. Don't trust your fun to just anyone. Make sure you bring all your service work to Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley.
We are ready for our Lutz Construction starting lineup on homecoming. Starting for Rich, it's the always reliable McKenna Stacy, senior. Then another senior, Sage Chingy, getting the start. Junior, Annie Peer. Another junior, Brittany Lamborn, starting as usual. Here's your setter, J.C. Cornea. And finally, it's Mackenzie Smith, and that is our starting lineup brought to you by Lutz Construction. And as for our pregame slice, Old Chicago Pizza in Logan, I'm here to tell you that it's a pretty healthy size showing we have fan base-wise. I think as the game will go on, we'll get more and more fans, but not a ton of Tabiona fans have traveled. That's the first thing that jumps out at me. You have your usual Rich fans, but as for Tabiona, not a ton. So we are ready to go there. We have our Town & Country Realty beginning serve, and then we'll move into our first set brought to you by Auto Farm Chevrolet, Rich County's representative at Auto Farm Chevrolet. And we are getting ready here for our first set between the Tigers and the Rebels. Rich swept Tabiona when they met nearly a year ago today, and I'm sure they look to repeat that success again. Tigers lost in the freshman and JV matches. As for Tabiona, they send out sophomore Mercedes Rhodes, freshman Cicely Fabrizio, junior Abby Rhodes, junior Briella Allred, then McKinley Strabel, and Callie Fabrizio. And that is your Lutz Construction starting lineup for Tabiona. And Rich will serve to get us going. As the referee right now has to work things out, I'm not really sure what the issue is. Rebels coming off a 3-1 victory last Saturday at home against Kemmer. They did not play yesterday, had the day off. And they'll be back in action tomorrow, but we don't need to think that far ahead. We have volleyball right now. It's Mercedes Rhodes, the sophomore, to get us going for Tabiona. She serves, goes across to Stacy. Cornea sets, Lamborn hits hard, and that's a big comprehensive family dental dig for Tabiona. They keep it alive, and now the Rebels setting things up again. Lamborn with a dump set. Tabiona passes it up, and here come the Tigers on the far side, and they're going to give the point to the Rebels as it is a fault on Tabiona. So Rich takes the 1-0 lead. One nothing for the Rebels for Brittany Lamborn as she begins her service. Bullet shot goes over the net. Tigers can handle it for now. They hit it across. Smith bats it up in the air. And Stacy punches it to the back line, and greeting it is Abby Rhodes. Here come the Tigers. Smith hits up in the air. Cornea sets. for Annie Peart, but she gives too much strength to that shot. It sails out the back line, and it's a point for Tabiona. We're all even at 1 apiece. Serving now for Tabiona is Peyton Lazenby. And McKenna Stacy gets a early Bear Lake Realty kill. Plummets that ball to the hardwood, and it's a point for Rich, who retake the lead early on. It's only 2-1 here in our Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. On the Station on Main scoreboard, Annie Peart serves it, and it just tickles over the tape. Tabiona was not ready for that as Jana Jenkins watched the ball sail across her head. 3-1 Rich. Peart serves, another strong serve, and Tabiona can't handle it. It's a Crawford Trough service ace, and it is now 4-1 Rich. When we say Crawford Trough, I myself am very hungry and look forward to having one of their burgers after this game. Here's Annie Peart, though, to serve. She sends it across. Tigers setting it up, hitting it over. Too deep, though. Callie Fabrizio hits it out of play, and the Rebels have raced out to a commanding 5-1 lead here in Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. Here's Peart to serve. Too much muscle, too much time in the weight room. She hits it out the back end, and it's a point for Tabiona, who crawl within 3 now. It's 5-2 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Tabiona serves over, and that's a diving Brittany Lamborn. What a comprehensive family dental dig that was to keep it alive. Tabiona passes it over. JC Cornea sets, and that's McKenna Stacy getting another kill. She finds the back corner. Oh, no, they're going to call it out of bounds. I beg your pardon. I thought it was a point, but I don't keep score. It is now 5-3. Rich still up by 2. And Tabiona finds himself on the positive end of a serve. They get the ace. As McKinley Strabel able to fool the Rich defense and bring her side within 1. It's now 5-4 Rebels on the Station on Main scoreboard. As that service goes to Stacy, and Stacy hits it out of play. It's a point for Tabiona, who have equalized the score at 5. It's all even here on our Station on Main scoreboard in our Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. Service from Strabel. Cornea at the back set, and that's Huffaker setting it across, and Tabiona can't deal with it. Huffaker gets the kill. It is now 6-5. Rebels retake the lead. JC Cornea to serve. She hits it over. It's a good serve. Tabiona can deal with it for now, though. Fabrizio sends it across, and Lamborn lays out for what could have been a nice pancake dig, but she sends the ball into the student section for a Tabiona point to equalize the score at 6. 6-all, Tabiona serves. And serving it into the net is Miley Strabel, a sophomore. And the Rich Rebels retake the lead, 7-6 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Back to serve is McKenna Stacy, the senior. Stacy, run, jump, hit, and too strong, just barely out of the back line, and it's a point for Tabiona, who have tied it up once again at 7-7. Here is service from Abby Rhodes. That puts Annie Peart on the floor for a comprehensive family dental dig momentarily, but ultimately the ball hits the Rebel portion of the court, and it gives Tabiona their first lead of the evening. It's now 8-7 Tigers in our Auto Farm Chevrolet first set, as that serve greets Annie Peart. Cornea sets, Lamborn hits, but too low. It goes into the net for another Tiger point, who have grown their lead to 2 now. It's 9-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rhodes, the junior, continuing to serve for Tabiona. She serves across, and that's barely gets over the net. Annie Peart can't deal with it. She can get a hand to it, but not enough to get it into the air. A service ace for Tabiona, who now lead by 3. It's 10-7. Rhodes serves again. This time, Stacy can handle it. Cornea sets. Tingy loads up and hits, and that ball is ricocheted into the air for a Bear Lake Realty kill, thanks to Sage Tingy. The senior brings her side within 2. It's now 10-8 Tabiona in our Auto Farm Chevrolet first set on the Station on Main scoreboard. Here is Mackenzie Smith to serve. Her serve is too low. It's a donation to the Net Foundation, and it's a point for Tabiona, who now lead back to 3, 11-8. Serving is Cecilia Fabrizio, and she sends Smith to the floor, and the Rebels seem pretty frustrated right now and a little out of sorts. They are down 4 now after that service ace. It's 12-8 Tabiona. Lamborn passes up the serve. Cornea sets. Peart loads up, and it's too deep. They appeal for a tip. They won't get it. And now the lead's up to 5 for the Tigers. They lead 13-8 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels find themselves behind early, and surprisingly. The serve goes to Tingy. And that's an Epic Recreation block by Tabiona. And then Sage Tingy hits it into the net. And a point for Tabiona. They're on a bit of a run. It's 14-8. They are on a 5-point run. But that run continues after a service ace, and Coach Lamborn calls timeout. She wants to talk things over. She's upset with her side. It is 15-8 as we step aside here. Tabiona ahead on the Station on Main scoreboard. We'll have our T7 propane timeout.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today. Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
Fabrizio serves for Tabiona. Her side's on a 6-point run. Now here come the Rebels, though, and they stop the run thanks to an Annie Peart Bear Lake Realty kill. And the Rebels are within, what's the math now? It's 15-9. They're within 6. Rebels take the point and stop the bleeding. Here is McKee in the game for the Rebels. Now she checks in and serves, and then she passes it up to Cornea. Lamborn just balloons it across the net, and here come the Tigers on the offense. They do the same over the wall. Cornea setting, Peart hitting off her back leg. It goes to the back line for the Tigers to deal with, but unfortunately for Tabiona, it ends with a Rebel point as Lazenby hits it into the net, and the Rebels win 2 points in a row to crawl within 5. It's 15-10. McKee serves deep to Tabiona. And that's a Bear Lake Realty kill for TJ as she keeps it alive for her side. And a point for the Rebels as Tabiona got too close to that line and that net. And now Rich on a run of their own. They're down 4. It's 15-11 on the Station on Main scoreboard here on our Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. McKee serves, barely goes over the net. She gets the ace. And Taylor McKee making the most of her time right now. She's gotten a couple points for her side. It's now 15-12. Rebels trail Tabiona on the Station on Main scoreboard. McKee serves again. This time her serve goes a little over the net, and a back-to-back ace for McKee. Some great serving going on from TJ, the junior. It is 15-13. Rebels down 2 on the Station on Main scoreboard. McKee serves. This time Tabiona's ready for it. Tigers loading up on the far side. It's partially blocked. Rich keeps it alive, and on their third hit, McKenzie can only pass it across. Here come the Tigers on the attack of their own, and they hit the ball into the net as Fabrizio couldn't deal with it. And the Rebels are within 1. It's 15-14 now. Tigers up by 1 over the Rebels. McKee keeping the serve alive. Are they going to say it was in? No, they call it out. It looked close to the line. But the point goes to Tabiona, who have pushed their lead up to 2. It's 16-14 here in our Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. Tabiona ahead. Rhodes serves for the Tigers. Cornea setting. Peart hitting to the back line. And Callie Fabrizio knocks it out of play for a Rebel point. And Rich trails by 1. Now it's 16-15 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Junior Brittany Lamborn will serve for Rich. Her serve's a low serve. It's initially handled by Fabrizio. Here come the Rebels now as Cornea sets it up for McKenna Stacy. And Stacy gets another kill. I believe that's her second so far today. And that kill, brought to you by Bear Lake Realty, will tie our score on the Station on Main scoreboard. We're all even at 16. Lamborn keeps the service going for Rich. Serves it across. It sends one Tiger to her knees. And getting in on the block but not pushing it across was Cornea and Peart. So the Rebels cough up the point, and Tabiona retakes the lead. They're up 17-16 over Rich. Lazenby to serve for Tabiona. A strong serve goes right down the middle to Smith. That sends Cornea diving to keep it alive, and then McKee can only pass it across. Here come the Tigers, and they pick up an ace pick up a kill thanks to Abby Rhodes to grow their lead back to 2. It's 18-16 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels trail in the Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. We've seen Rich drop the first set a couple times and then respond well afterwards. Let's see if we're in for the same story. The service from Tabiona goes over by Smith, and she bumps it just barely across the net, teeing up a Tiger to smack it down for a kill, and now the lead's up to 3. It's 19-16, Tigers. Lazenby serves again. Cornea setting, Stacy hitting, and that's Lazenby getting underneath it to keep it alive. And knocking it out of play was Jenkins for a Rebel point on the near sideline for Rebels to come within 2. It's now 19-17 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Annie Peart, the junior, serves for Rich. Her serve's a good one. Tabiona working with it now. They hit it across. And they hit it just inside the line. That's Callie Fabrizio to be exact. The lead's back to 3 for Tabiona. They're up 20-17 on Rich in the Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. Here's Strable to serve for Tabiona. Her serve's a soft one, and Lamborn races to it. Cornea setting it up for Hufferker to just tap it to the back line. Here comes Tabiona, and too much power for Abby Rhodes as it goes out on the near sideline for a Rebel point. And now Rich trails by 2. It's 20-18 on the Station on Main scoreboard. JC Cornea serves, goes to Rhodes deep in the middle, and now here comes Tabiona. It's partially deflected at the net, and they will give the point to Rich. There was some traffic at the net from both sides, and Tabiona gets the fault. Rich within 1. It's 20-19 as Cornea serves across. Lamborn gets to her knee for a comprehensive family dental dig. Then Stacy smacks it over. Here come the Tigers, and they just barely parachuted across the wall the Rebels were building. Hits the floor, and it's a point for Tabiona, who are within 4 of taking the first set. It's 21-19 Tigers. Back to serve is Stribel, a sophomore. Goes to Lamborn. Cornea setting for Hufferker. She hits hard, and a pair of Tigers go together. It deflects out of play for a Rebel point, and a Bear Lake Realty kill for Dixie Hufferker. Now Rich within 1. It's 21-20 on the Station on Main scoreboard in the Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. McKenna Stacy serves for Rich. Her serve goes across, and it's not handled well by Stribel. She hits it into the floor for a Crawford Trough service ace for Stacy, and we're all even at 21 now. 21-21, Stacy serves. Goes to Rhodes. Here come the Tigers. And an epic recreation block from Hufferker and Sage Chingy at the net give Rich the point and the lead. They're up 22-21 now. Rich now within 3 of taking the first set. Stacy serves, barely gets across the net. The Tigers preparing for a march of their own, though. It's handled by Pearter initially, and now Cornea sets for Lamborn. Tabiona passes it near the net. They poke it across, and Rich can handle it. Cornea setting for Hufferker, who pokes it across herself, and the Tigers deal with that with ease. Annie Peart for Rich, bumping it into the air. Lamborn hitting it hard, but too hard. It's a point for Tabiona, who have tied the score at 22 each. Abby Rhodes, a junior, serving for Tabiona. Cornea setting after it's initially handled by Stacy, and then Lamborn hitting it hard. And the return from Tabiona sails out of play for a Rebel point. They're back on top, 23-22 Rich. On the Station on Main scoreboard, they're 2 points away from claiming the Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. Mackenzie Smith serves for Rich. It goes to Streibel. Here comes Lazenby, and Lazenby hits it hard and too hard for Smith as it sails off her arms into the crowd for a Tiger point to retie us, this time at 23 each. 23 all here on the Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. Cicely Fabrizio serves for Tabiona. It's not a hard serve particularly. And Lamborn now takes the set and hits it over. Here come the Tigers. Lazenby hits it into an Epic Recreation block, but unfortunately for Rich, the ball falls on their end of the court. So it is a point for Tabiona, who are within one of claiming the first set. They're up 24-23. Coach Lamborn calls timeout, as will we. A T7 propane timeout. When we return, Rich trails 24-23.
You're invited to come in and visit with the team at Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley today. Our customers are our friends. If you haven't ever been in, stop in today. We'd love to get to know you. If you haven't been in for a while, stop in and let's get caught up. And if you were here yesterday, come back again soon. You always have an open invitation to visit the crew at Cash Honda Yamaha, where our customers are our friends, on US 91 between Logan and Smithfield.
Rebels need this point. They trailed 24-23 against Tabiona in our first set. Serving for the Tigers is Cicely Fabrizio, a freshman. Here's her service, goes over to Smith. She passes to Cornea. Cornea sets for Lamborn, who hits it hard, but Tabiona's ready for it. Here come the Tigers. They're able to just tap it across. Rich appeals for a pass. They're not going to get it, though. And the Tigers have it on their end of the court, and they can't deal with it. That was Lazenby hitting it into the floor on the third hit, and the Rebels take the point. We're all even at 24-24. We're having some deja vu as the Rebels have had a lot of close sets recently. Here's McKee to serve for Rich. A strong serve goes across, and she gets a trough service ace. And that's McKee with a huge ace. She's been on fire in this first set, and now Rich is up 25-24, so Coach Lazenby for Tabiona calls timeout. A T7 propane timeout. We have to take one as well. But when you come back, it's Rebels with the set point. They're up 25-24 on Tabiona.
Super kids deserve super care. Experience the difference with board-certified pediatricians Alan Brown, MD, and Bird Gilmartin, MD, at Uinta Medical Group. Whether it's tracking your child's overall health at Well Child Checks or helping your little ones feel better when they're sick, Dr. Brown and Dr. Gilmartin are here to help your child grow, learn, and thrive. Schedule an appointment with Dr. Brown or Dr. Gilmartin by calling 307-789-WELL 9355 or visit evanstonanytime.com.
Here is McKee's serve to win the set. Goes across. Tabiona racing for it. Back-to-back aces for Taylor McKee, and the Rebels come from behind to win the Auto Farm Chevrolet first set. Big part due to Taylor McKee, TJ as she's known, as she gets a pair of aces to close the first set and give the Rebels a 26-24 finish. Or 25-23, I beg your pardon. Rebels win a close one to start. 25-23, your final after the first set. McKee with 4 aces in that first set. And I know Stacy had some kills. We'll get all those numbers for you. But that will do it for our first set. We'll take another quick break. And then when we return, it's time for the second set between the Rebels and the Tigers.
Two roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when two roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less travel. Plains Tire, 157 Fair River Drive, Evanston.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Rebels! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Welcome you back to Rich High for set number 2. Rebels won the first set 25-23. They trailed at one point. The biggest margin was 15-8. Check that. Tabiona was up 15-8. Rebels would erase that lead and come back to win. At one point they were down 24-23, and then it was a final 26-24 for the Rebels, who won the first set. And as we get ready here for our second set, we'll reset our score. 0-0 here for the start of our second set. It is homecoming here at Rich, a little earlier than usual, but best not to take any chances and make sure you can enjoy homecoming. I've heard that at the conclusion of the volleyball game, the student body is going to go watch a movie. They have not picked out which movie, though, so I'm very curious to see. But all indications were pointing towards an action, a superhero movie. So let's find out. But for now, we have a volleyball game as Lamborn serves across to begin set number 2. Cornelius sets on the return. Tingy sets again, and then Annie Peart hits the back line. That sends Rhodes flying. Now the Rebels are scrambling. Here's Cornea passing it over to Tingy, who hits it, Stacy, who hits it into the net. And Tabiona claims the first point of the second set. They are up 1-0. Rebels won the first set. You go back to that first set, Rich had 8 kills and 7 aces, a big part of why they made that comeback. Here's, after the serve, the Rebels can only knock it over from Tabiona. Tigers marching it up. Lamborn with the comprehensive family dental dig. And Peart passes it across on the third hit for Rich. Here come the Tigers. On the far side's Lazenby punching it across, but she went too far. It's a point for Rich. She went into the net. 1-1 on the station on main scoreboard. Huffaker checks in for Smith. Annie Peart, the junior, runs, jumps, hits across. Tabiona's moving around for it, and on the third hit, they can only backwards bump it across. Cornea setting for Stacy, who loads up into a block, though, but then she pokes it right across, and here come the Rebels on their second attempt. And that time, Stacy hit into the net and then got her own rebound. But after it's all said and done, Tabiona claims the point. They're back up this time 2-1 in the second set. Lazenby to serve for Tabiona. The coach's daughter. She hits it across, a good serve, puts Tingy on her knees. Cornea races after the ball, and Huffaker palms it to the back line. Here come the Tigers. They hit it into an Epic Recreation block built by Dixie Huffaker. And Rich has equaled the score at 2 apiece on the station on main scoreboard. Rich won the first set. Look to make it 2 in a row. Cornea serves, awkwardly dealt by Fabrizio, and that awkward dealt leads to a Rebels point. And now they take the lead for the first time in this set. It's 3-2 Rich. Cornea serves, low serve, barely trickles over the net, and it's a Crawford Trough service ace nevertheless, and the Rebels lead by 2 now. It's 4-2 Rich. Cornea to continue to serve for Rich. JC Cornea hits it across, but no, it goes into the net. Nemo is the ball. And now the lead is within 1, 4-3 Rebels over the Tigers. Back to serve is Strabel. Strabel, the libero, hits it across, goes to Lamborn in the middle. Cornea sets, Huffaker loads up, it's too deep, it's a Tiger point. We're all even at 4 on the Station on Main scoreboard. No, they're going to say it was deflected? I'm unsure. Okay, so they are going to change the point. They're going to give Rich the point. It is now 5-3. Yeah, they changed their minds, the officials did. Coach Lazenby unhappy with that, and I don't blame her. A lot of time had passed, but here's Stacy to serve. And Stacy's serve is too deep, and ball doesn't lie. The point goes to the Tigers, who now trail 5-4 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Service from Strabel goes across. Rebels loading up, and Huffaker hits into a wall. A wall that will give the Tigers the point to equal the score at 5 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Miley Stribel, the sophomore, serves again for Tabiona, and a low serve proves difficult for Huffaker, who can't handle it, and a ace for the Tigers, who now take the lead. They're up 6-5 on the Station on Main scoreboard here in our second set. Service goes across. Rebels working it up, and Lamborn gets a Bear Lake Realty kill to equal the score at 6-all once again. Huffaker checking out for Mackenzie Smith. Smith to serve for Rich, all even at 6. Rebels won the first set, and we're tied in the second set now at 6 each. Smith serves a low one, it goes into the net. Giving the lead back to Tabiona. They're up 7-6 in this back and forth affair of our second set. Abby Rhodes will serve for Tabiona now. Rhodes serves, goes across. It puts Smith to her knees. Cornea setting, and then Peart can only set it across. A couple Tigers hit the floor to get the ball. A big and another back-to-back comprehensive Family Dental digs. And the Rebels keep it alive here. After it's all said and done, it goes out of play. Rebels appeal that a Tiger went into the net. But two great pancake digs. One by Smith and then another by Stacy. But the point goes to Tabiona. They're up 8-6 now in the second set. Service goes over. Stacy deals with it. And Peart loads up, and it's too hot to handle for Stribel. It goes off her hand and out of play for a kill thanks to Annie Peart. And her side now comes within 1. Rebels trail 8-7. Taylor McKee, who had a couple of fantastic aces, one to win the first set, serves now for Rich. Her serve's a good serve, barely gets over the line, skims it, and Tabiona can pass it across only. Cornea setting up for Lamborn, who strikes up. It goes, and it's handled well by Stribel, who hits it back across the net. Rebels load up again, and this time it's too strong, goes out of play for a Tiger point, who grow their lead up to 2. It's now 9-7 Tabiona on the Station on Main scoreboard. Back to serve for the Tigers is Cicely Fabrizio. Fabrizio hits into the net for a Rebel point, a service error, and Rich down 1. It's 9-8 Tigers. Brittany Lamborn, a junior, will serve. Lamborn serves across. Handled by Lazenby, goes over the net barely for Annie Peart, just to feather it back to where it came from for a Bear Lake Realty kill and a Rebel point to tie us at 9s. Lamborn will continue to serve for Rich on her second serve. Hits it over, but too deep. She knew it immediately, and the Rebels give the lead back to Tabiona. It's now 10-9. Tigers over the Rebels. Mercedes Rhodes, the sophomore, serves. That's a low serve, puts Stacy on her knees. Now she winds up and hits, and she gets another kill. That's what she's known for. to tie the score back up at 10. We're all even at 10 in our second set. Rich won the first set, and they look to repeat here in set number 2. Annie Peart serves for Rich. Sends a couple Tigers flying around, but Rhodes tracks it across. And now McKee setting up for Stacy. Has it partially deflected, and the Tigers can't handle it. Last touched by Abby Rhodes, and Rich takes the point and takes the lead. They're up 11-10 now. Peart to serve for Rich. Goes over, goes to the arms of Fabrizio. Tigers wind up, and that's Lazenby getting a kill. We're tied once again. Neither side wants to give an inch. It's 11s. Lazenby will serve after getting the kill. She hits it across. It's a hard serve, and McKee knocks it out of play. A service ace for Lazenby, and her side now up 1. It's 12-11 Tabiona. We're in the second set. Rich won the first set. Lazenby will serve again for Tabiona. Hits it across. It goes to McKee again. This time handled much better. And Rebels push it over. Tigers scrambling to get it across, but they do. And now Cornea setting it up for Stacy, who hits hard and out of play. A point for the Tigers, who push their lead up to 2. It's 13-11. Tigers over the Rebels in our second set. Lazenby, her third straight serve. The serve goes to Stacy, who hits it up into the ceiling, then Cornea passes it across for Stacy to calmly hit over the net. Here come the Tigers. It's Rhodes on the far side, and she finds an open patch of hardwood, and the lead's up to 3 now. It's 14-11 Tabiona. We've been here before, most recently one set ago, where Rich eliminated a 15-8 deficit. Here's Lazenby to serve. It goes to Lamborn, a pair of coaches' daughters handling the ball. And now Huffaker hits for Rich. Lazenby sets it up towards the net, and Rhodes hits it across for Annie Peart to deal with. Cornea back sets. Huffaker hits hard, deflected partially, and now the Tigers catch their breath and hit it over. Cornea sets up for Stacy, hits it hard into the corner, and a Bear Lake Realty kill for McKenna Stacy. Brings her side within 2. It's 14-12. Tigers over the Rebels on the Station on Main scoreboard. J.C. Cornea will serve now for the Rebels. Trailing by 2. Cornea serves. A moonshot across, and then a dump set by the Tigers catches the Rebels off guard, but Sage Chingy keeps up with it, and here come the Tabiona Tigers on the march. And Rhodes hits it too far. It goes out of play. A Rebel point, who now trail by 1. It's 14-13. Tigers ahead of the Rebels. Cornea serves. Goes deep to Lazenby. Dealing with it now is Rhodes temporarily, who sets it up for her sister, Abby Rhodes, for a kill and a point for the Tigers. 15-13. Tabiona. The libero Strabel serves, but she serves it into the net for a Rebel point. Rich now down 1. It's 15-14 on the Station on Main scoreboard in the second set. McKenna Stacy serves. Run, jumps, hits. Lazenby deals with it at first, and then they can only pass it over, and Cornea setting it up for the Rebels now. Tingy hits it into a wall. A couple of arms flailing around for the Rebels, and they're able to somehow knock it across, and now the Tigers have to hit it over. And they do, and they get a kill as it's deflected by Annie Peart. The lead's back to 2 for Tabiona. It's 16-14. Rebels won the first set, but they trail by 2 now in the second set. Back to serve is Miley Strabel. Strabel serve goes right to Lamborn, who knocks it across. And another comprehensive family dental dig nearly, as Cornea laid out for a pancake dig, but all the effort for none as the point would still go to the Tigers, who now lead by 3. It's 17-14. Miley Streibel hits it into the net for a Rebel point. Rich trails by 2, 17-15. Mackenzie Smith will serve for the Rebels. Bounces the ball and hits it into the air. It goes deep to Streibel. Smith handles the attack from Tabiona. Peart hits it into a block, and here's Lamborn, who can only hit it across, but will she find a sliver of the line? Yes, she does. Brittany Lamborn gets a kill, and the Rebels are within 1. It's 17-16 now. Smith to serve again for Rich, her second in a row. Smith serves, a rainbow across, goes to Lazenby. A whistle blown and a Rebel point. An error on Tabiona ties the game up at 17-all. We've been tied 1, 2, 3, 4, multiple times here in the second set. Smith serves for Rich. On the far side is Cecilie Fabrizio handling it for the Tigers. Now the Rebels march an offense of their own, and that's Annie Peart getting a kill of her own, a Bear Lake Realty kill. And the first time in a while, the Rebels have the lead. It's 18-17 Rich. Mackenzie Smith will serve. Another rainbow serve. Goes deep to McKinley Streibel. Into an Epic Recreation block. The Tigers hit it. Now Cornea setting for Rich. Sage Tingy barely floating it across, and that's good enough for a kill and a Rebel point. Now Rich leads by 2. It's 19-17 Rebels on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rich won the first set and looks to repeat here in the second set. Smith continues to serve for the Rich Rebels. Her serve goes across the line. Streibel deals with it. Sends a couple Tigers moving around, and Lazenby can only pass it across backwards. Cornea setting it for Lambo. Hits it hard, but too hard. It goes deep and out of play. And the Tigers take the point and come within 1. It's 19-18. Rich up by 1. Back to serve is Abby Rhodes. Rhodes serves right to the hands of Smith. Peart winds up, hits. Tabiona can handle it, goes to the ceiling momentarily, and then they hit it across for Sage Tingy to partially block. And then Tingy with a dump set over, and we'll restart things. A pass from the Tabiona goes too close to the net. Sage Tingy, a shark, waiting, and hitting into the ground for a Bear Lake Realty kill, and Rich brings their lead back to 2. It's 20-18. Sage Tingy checks out of the game, and in is McKee, but not before a T7 propane timeout is called by Coach Lazenby for Tabiona. We'll take a timeout of our own. Rebels lead 20-18 on the Station on Main scoreboard.
When you enter the city limits of the town of Woodruff, the sign welcomes you to a place with the coldest temps and the warmest hearts. Settled in 1870, we celebrate the values of kindness, compassion, and friendliness, knowing a community's greatness may best be measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Mayor Scott Sabian, council members Millie Bradshaw, Raymond Franson, Kent Stewart, and Jason Peterson, with Secretary Lisa Bell, welcome you and say,
Go Red Rebels!
We welcome you back here into our second set. Rebels lead 20-18 over the Tabiona Tigers. Rich won the first set, largely due to the service aces from McKee, who has the ball in her hand now. As she serves for Rich, it goes across into the arms of Abby Rhodes. Lazenby just palms the ball across. Cornea setting for Lamborn, who hits it, and it's partially deflected, and it goes out of play, and the Rebels take the point. Their lead's up to 3. It's 21-18 now on the Station on Main scoreboard. Check that. It's a point for Tabiona. They'll say Lamborn's shot was not deflected. It went off the net, I suppose. Here's the 2019 serve. Rich on the receiving end. Annie Peart hits it hard, too hard for Abby Rhodes. It goes off her arm and out of play, and the Rebels take the point nevertheless. They lead by 2. It's 21-19 in our second set. Rich ahead. Brittany Lamborn to serve for the Rebels. Lamborn serves, a good serve, goes over for Lazenby to pass up. Then Lazenby with a dump set, a pancake dig, and another pancake dig from Smith and Stacy. And here come the Tigers once again. It's deflected out of play for a Tabiona point. The Tigers crawl within 1. It's now 21-20, Rich ahead. Mercedes Rhodes serves. Smith passes it over to Cornea, who does a little dump set. And the Tigers find the Rebels out of position. It sends Brittany Lamborn flying. She can get one arm to it, but then the ball sails out of play for a Tiger point to tie the score up at 21-21 in our second set. Mercedes Rhodes serves again for Tabiona. It goes to McKee. Cornea setting, Stacy hitting, and Stacy doing what she does best, another kill for McKenna Stacy. It's her 6th kill of the evening, and Rich retakes the lead. They're up 22-21. Junior Annie Peart will serve for the Rebels now. 3 points to win the second set. Run, jump, hit from Annie. Goes over. Tigers hit it high in the sky. Lazenby tracks it down and passes it across the net for Cornea to set. Huffaker thought she'd catch the defense sleeping, just taps it across, and now Rich back on the offense. Stacy hits it hard. It goes into Abby Rhodes' arms, and then it goes into the third level of the bleachers for a Rebel point. Rich up 23-21. They're 2 points away from going up 2-0. Here's Peart. Run, jump, hit from Annie Peart. Barely gets across the net. Lazenby deals with it at her knees. And then it goes over for Callie Fabrizio to do a dump set on the Rebels, who are out of position, and give the point to the Tigers, who come within 1 now. It's 23-22. Lazenby will serve for Tabiona. Her serve barely gets over the net into the head of McKee, who smiles it off. And then Cornea just passes it across. An epic recreation block from Dixie Huffaker denies the Rebels the point. It's the third block for Dixie, and the Rebels are within 1 of winning the set now. It's 24-22. Here is the set point. Cornea serves. It sends a Tiger flying. It's a Crawford Trough service ace for J.C. Cornea, and the Rebels win a close one, 25-22 in set number 2. Rebels won the first set. They won the second set. It's been close, though. And we move into the third set with an opportunity for the Rebels to sweep the Tigers. We'll take a quick break, and then when we return, it's set number 3. Rebels up 2-0 after winning set number 2, 25-22. You're listening to Rebel Radio on 98.3 FM KADQ and mylocalradio.com.
If the idea of owning your own home in beautiful Bear Lake sounds like more than your finances can handle, visit the experts at Bear Lake Realty to learn how you can make it happen. Gary and Amber McKee at Bear Lake Realty can show you how to buy a home and rent it out, so it pays for itself while you enjoy it some of the time as well. And soon, you'll have your own place in the Caribbean of the Rockies. No one knows the market better, and no one else serves you better than Bear Lake Realty.
As one of the region's most visited websites, mylocalradio.com is here to serve you. Catch up on local and regional news and information. Buy, sell, or trade your good used items on the radio classifieds. Check the weather forecast or catch our live coverage of your high school teams in action, all on mylocalradio.com. Like us on Facebook so you never miss a giveaway, and visit mylocalradio.com today to stream it all live. Whether you're kicking up dust in the hills, making waves down on the lake, or taking advantage of the world's greatest powder, don't just hope to have fun. Take that sled by the handlebars and make your time at Bear Lake epic. Epic Recreation rents equipment and cabins for your vacation fun at beautiful Bear Lake. From watercraft large and small to UTVs, sleds, and more, Epic Recreation has it all to go on-road, off-road, or out on the Caribbean blue water. Book your adventure at epicrecreation.net.
Let's get to our Bear Lake Realty fan cam and a strong showing from the Rebel student section. A lot of football players in there. Rebels fell 21-0 to Gunnison earlier this afternoon, but the ladies lead 2-0 over Tabiona. No surprise there as this Wendy Lamborn coach volleyball team continues to pile on wins. That's our Bear Lake Realty fan cam. You want to contact Gary and Amber McKee in Garden City. Give them a call at 435-946-8888. They've been so helpful to me in my transition to the area, so give them a call for your Bear Lake Realty needs. You can visit them online at bearlakerealty.com. We get ready for set number 3. It's brought to you by the Rich County government. Rebels with a championship cause. We'll reset our score. Rebels won 25-22 in the second set, but a clean slate here in the third set. Zeros across the board. You go back to that second set, Rebels had 3 aces, all from Cornea. 14 kills, 22 in total through 2 sets. That's 6 more than the 8 they had in the first set, and that's proving to be something that Rich does throughout the match of building on kill after kill as the match moves forward. And the student section really enjoying their time here. And for the first time all season long, we see a libero in for the Rebels. It's Cassidy Grohl in as the libero for the Rich Rebels. Here come the Rebels on the offense. Peart hits it hard. Tabiona trying to return the favor, but they can't do it as hard as Rich did. Into a block, Annie Peart hits. Cornea setting. Sage Tingy loading up and striking, and it'll go off the hands of Mercedes Rhodes for a Rebel point. They take the first point. That's Cassidy Grohl in for Rich. The first time I believe we've seen her in a varsity match all season long. Rebels take the first point of set number 3, 1-0 on the Bear Lake, on the Station on Main scoreboard. McKee serves, Tabiona returns, McKee hits it up in the air, then Cornea hits, Lamborn with a big dump set to the back line, and the Tigers have time to regroup and load up for a big hit, which McKenna Stacy deals with from her knees. Tigers pass it across, Cornea setting, Lamborn striking, goes to the defense, trickles across, hit a couple heads, arms, and knees, but ultimately hits the floor for a Rebel point. It's 2-0 Rich early in set number 3, brought to you by the Rich County government. Taylor McKee will serve for the Rebels. Her serve goes across the net just by a hair, and then off the arms of Cicely Fabrizio for an ace. And McKee continues to pile on the aces. She's having one of her strongest showings of the season. It's her 5th ace, and I gave her the broadcaster jinx, and she hits it into the net. And that's how Tabiona gets their first point of the third set. They trail 3-1 now. Lazenby back to serve for the Tigers. Her serve goes over, handled by Grohl, and she passes it too close to the net. No one's there. It's a service ace for Lazenby off the arms of Grohl. And now the Rebels lead 3-2 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Serve goes across for Lamborn to deal with. It goes near the net, and that's where the Tigers can tap it across to equalize the score at 3 apiece. Lazenby will serve again for Tabiona. We're all equal at 3 in the third set. Rich leads 2 sets to none. Lazenby hit it too hard. It goes out. Rebels aware of that, and they let it fly out the back for a Rich point. They are back in front, 4-3 on the station on main scoreboard. Brittany Lamborn will serve for Rich. Lamborn serves, gets across the net. Tigers can only bat it over. And digging it out underneath the net was Cornea, but Annie Peart hit it out the back for a Tabiona point. We're all even back at 4. 4-4 your score as McKinley Strable will serve, the libero. Her serve goes to the opposing libero, Grohl. And knocking it across is Stacy for Rich, and here come the Tigers. They're setting it up for Rhodes on the far side. Lamborn elevates herself to deal with that ball, and it goes across the net. And so traffic at the net. The point will go to the Rebels, who lead 5-4 now. Back to serve is Annie Peart. She serves across, goes to Lazenby, who passes it up. 2 Tigers collide, and then it goes into the net, and the Rebels take the point and grow their lead to 2. It's now 6-4 Rich. Rich looking to sweep Tabiona, and if they win this set, they will. Peart serves. It immediately comes back across the net, and that's where Cornea will set up as she sets it for Huffaker, who hits it deep, but the Tigers are ready for it. Tabiona has their shot partially deflected at the net. Rich scrambling, and Stacy can only pass it across. And now the Tigers with an opportunity to get a good hit across. They do not, though. Cornea setting for Stacy, who muscles it to the back line, but Tabiona is ready for it. And now Cornea setting for Huffaker. Huffaker blasting the ball to Rhodes. Tabiona and Rich going back and forth on a great rally. Stacy hits it again, and this time it's Lazenby who's behind the ball to keep it alive. Cornea setting, Huffaker hitting, and another dig from Tabiona. Rhodes keeping it going, and here come the Rebels. Huffaker hits it once again, and this time it goes out of play, and after a long rally, it's Tabiona who gets the point. Hard-fought point for the 5th point for the Tigers. They trail 6-5. Miley Streibel, the sophomore. Streibel serves. It goes into the net. An unforced error, and the Rebels lead by 2. It's 7-5 on the station on main scoreboard. Cornea will serve for Rich. McKee checks out for Sage Tingy. J.C. Cornea serves, goes across near the net. Rebels hit it down. It sends Streibel flying across to get it, and then Lazenby just backwards passes it across. Stacy hits it hard, partially deflected at the net. Tigers keep it alive, though. And then it will ultimately end with Abby Rhodes hitting it into the net for a Rebel point. Rich leads by 3. It's 8-5. Cornea continuing to serve for Rich. Her serve goes to Rhodes. And then it was Mercedes Rhodes who hits it across, and then they Rebels return it, and it's too much for Tabiona to deal with. It's up to 4 now for the Rebel lead. 9-5 on the station on main scoreboard, and our Rich County Government 3rd set as Cornea serves it across, and the Rebels partially deflect a Tabiona shot at the wall. Then Huffaker hits it well across, and now the Tigers on their 3rd set have a major miscommunication as all 5 stare at the ball to hit the floor. I've never quite seen anything like all 6 players in a circle staring at the ball as it hit the floor. It's now 10-5 Rebels. Rebels on the defense, they handle the ball well, and Cornea setting it up for Stacy, who hits it deep to the back line. It's barely in for a Bear Lake Realty kill, and that could be our McKay Frankham precision play of the game. It is 11-5, although I think it's going to go to McKee with her service ace back in the 1st set. Rebels can't handle a hit from the Tigers, who find an open corner, and Tabiona picks up a much-needed point. Rebels were on a bit of a run. It's now 11-6. Rich up 5 in the third set. They lead 2-1. Abby Rhodes will serve for Tabiona. Rhodes serves a good one, barely gets across the line. Lamborn deals with it at first. Huffaker hits it too hard. It goes out the back, and it's a point for the Tigers, who trail by 4, 11-7 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Abby Rhodes will serve again for Tabiona. Sage Tingey setting, and Corney with the dump set across, and that proved to be more difficult than Tabiona would have thought as two Tigers dove for it. It went into the net, and the Rebels take the point. It is now 12-7 Rich. McKenna Stacy to serve. Too low of a serve for Stacy. It goes to the net, and it's a point for Tabiona. They come within 4. It is 12-8 Rich on the Station on Main scoreboard in our Rich County Government third set. Service goes over. Peart deals with it at first. And now Lamborn hits it across, and here come the Tigers. Stacy goes to her knees to hit it into the air, and then Lamborn hits it hard. It's partially deflected, but the Tigers can regroup. Lazenby hits it hard and too hard for McKenna Stacy. A kill for Lazenby, and now Rich only leads by 3. It's 12-9. Cicely Fabrizio, the freshman, serves over. Goes to Stacy. Huffaker hits, but into the net, too low for Dixie Huffaker. And Tabiona now crawls within 2. It's 12-10 Rich. Fabrizio, the freshman, will continue to serve. Lamborn hitting, and then Cornea sets for Lamborn, who hits it across. Lazenby with a dump set to the back line, passed up by Stacy. Cornea sets, and a dump set and a little floater from Huffaker is good for a kill. And Rich pushes their lead back to 3. It's 13-10 Rich in our Rich County Government third set. Grohl back in for the Rebels as Brittany Lamborn checks out for Smith. Grohl, we've seen her earlier. She comes back in to serve. Her serve's a good one. It goes across. Tigers working on something, and they get something out of it as Cornea hits it out of play for a Tabiona point. It's 13-11 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels lead 2-0 in our third set now. Mercedes Rhodes will serve for the Tigers. Trailing by 2. She serves across. Stacy gets to her knees, and then Tingey hits it over. Tabiona keeping it alive. Grohl passing up near the net. Cornea sets for Smith, who has it partially deflected, but it keeps it alive. And Tabiona loads up in a dump set from Lazenby. Puts Stacy at the back line, and now Annie Peart hits, and she gets a Bear Lake Realty kill on the far side for a Rich point. The lead's back to 3, 14-11 Rebels. Rebels lead by 3. They lead 2-0 here on homecoming night. It's McKee to serve. McKee with another good serve, as she has been doing all night. Tigers dump set it across. They catch the Rebels out of position. An open patch of hardwood opens itself up for the ball, and it's now a 2-point margin. Rebels up 14-12 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Lazenby will serve for Tabiona. Her serve goes right down the middle to Stacy. Peart loads up and hits hard, but too hard. It goes out the back. A Tiger point brings them within 1. It's now 14-13. Lazenby will serve for the Tigers. She serves hard and barely gets over the net. McKee pushes it near the net, and then Cornea hits it across. Here come the Tigers, though. Hitting it into the net, though, was Callie Fabrizio for Tabiona, giving the Rebels the point. And the Rebels get a bit of breathing space. They lead 15-13 now. Smith checks out of the game for Lamborn and hands her the ball as if she's the starting pitcher, going to the reliever. Lamborn will serve. Her serve goes across, and it's goes to Abby Rhodes, who loads up and hits out of play. Hits out of play. Rebels now lead by 3 at 16-13. Lamborn to serve for the Rebels. She lollipops it across. Abby Rhodes passes it near the net. And then Mercedes Rhodes hits it across. Tracked down by Grohl. Stacy loads up. Handled by 2 Tigers. And then a point goes to the Rebels as Tabiona encroached on that net and line too closely. The lead's up to 4 for Rich in the third set. It's 17-13. Lamborn continuing to serve for Rich. However, she serves into the net for a Tabiona point. Now it's up to a 3-point margin. Rich leads 17-14. McKinley Strebel will serve for the Tigers. Goes to McKee. Cornea sets. Peart just punches it across, and the Tigers send it right back. Cornea setting for Stacy, who loads up, hits it hard. Tigers hit it around a couple times, but they keep it alive, but they hit it into the net for a Rebel point. And the lead's back to 4. Rich over Tabiona, 18-14 in the third set. Rebels lead 2-0. A serve from Peart goes down low, but the Tigers are ready for it, and they hit it across. Cornea setting, Stacy loading up and hitting. They call it in. It's another kill for McKenna Stacy. 19-14 the score on the Station on Main scoreboard. Coach Lazenby calls timeout, a T7 propane timeout, and so will we. Rich leads by 5 in the third set, 19-14, 2-1 as well.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports Boosters, LSR Refrigerated, and the Walletines in Garden City. Darren, Tricia, and the entire Walletine clan wish the Rebels good luck. And by Cat Answer Technical Services, proudly supporting the Rich Rebels. The staff at Cat Answer Technical Services wish the Rebels good luck on the field, on the court, in the classroom, and in life.
Rebels lead by 5 in the third set. 19-14 the score on the Station on Main scoreboard in our Rich County Government third set. Here's Annie Peart to serve. It goes across, and jumping to greet it is Abby Rhodes, and the Tigers send it deep for Lamborn to handle. Now Huffaker heading to the back line. That's Lazenby waiting for it with her open arms. And Abby Rhodes hits it right into the arms of Stacy, who loads up after getting a set from Cornea, but she laughs it off as she hits it too hard. The point on the scoreboard is incorrectly given to Rich. It is 19-15 Rebels. Stacy and McKee collide, but the point is kept alive. And now the Tigers, their own on the court, can only knock it across in the third hit. McKee passes up front for Cornea. Huffaker loads up and hits. Goes right to the arms of Miley Strabel. And Dixie Huffaker, epic recreation block with Cornea. Now gives the Rebels their 20th point. It is 20-15. 20-15 Rich, JC Cornea, and her side are 5 points away from sweeping Tabiona. Cornea serves a good serve. It puts Rhodes on her knees and digging it out of the net as a Tiger. And now here come the Rebels. Stacy loads up. She hits it too deep though. And it's a point for Tabiona, who are within 4. It's 20-16 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Abby Rhodes serves. Lamborn at her knees, and then no Rebel communicates who will get the ball as it hits the floor for a Tiger point on the Rebel end of the court. 20-17 the score on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rich leads 2-0. Rhodes continues to serve. Cornea setting for Rich. Stacy hitting to the back line, and that's where Rhodes is waiting for the ball. Lazenby just punches it over. A pancake dig by J.C. Cornea, and then Stacy knocks it over. Here come the Tigers. They hit it to the back line, but it's too far past the back line. It's a Rebel point. The lead's back to 4 for Rich. 21-17 your score, Rebels over the Tigers. Lamborn checks out. She'll grab a seat. As McKenna Stacy serves for Rich, but it goes into the net for a Tiger point. The lead's down to 3 for Rich, 21-18 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Cicely Fabrizio serves for Tabiona. Cornea setting. Smith hitting. It's partially deflected and hits the floor for a Rebel point. 22-18 Rich. They're 3 points away from sweeping Tabiona on homecoming night. Grohl, the libero, back to serve. A good serve, and the Tigers now hit it across, and the Rebels make a march of their own. As Annie Peart takes a set from Cornea, and it sends a couple Tigers flying. One goes over the net, or under the net, I should say. And the Rebels take the point. It's now 23-18. Rich 2 points away from sweeping Tabiona. A T7 propane timeout is called, so we'll take probably the last timeout of our own. Rich 2 points away from sweeping Tabiona. 23-18 your score.
Folks have many reasons to visit Casper, Wyoming every year, whether it's work, high school sports and activities, a romantic getaway, or business meetings. The best place to stay when you're in Casper is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. A beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, a pool, fitness center, and a fabulous indoor atrium. You can also reserve meeting rooms for your next event, and each stay includes an extended continental breakfast. Reserve your rooms today at the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper, Wyoming. Call 307-472-6300.
Rebels lead 23-18 in the third set. Grohl will serve for Rich. She has the opportunity with a couple aces to sweep. Her serve goes deep, and it's a Crawford Trough service ace for Grohl as that ball coasts off the arms of Abby Rhodes. Rich within 1 point of sweeping now. It's 24-18. Grohl serves. She serves too deep. She won't get the sweep with that. It is now 24-19. Rebels need 1 point. But to hold them away from that is Mercedes Rhodes. She serves across. Stacy hits. Cornea sets. Smith hits into a wall, and the Rebels scramble to keep it going. And then a dump set across puts Sage Chingy on the floor for a epic recreation for a pancake dig. And then Annie Peart hits. It's deflected out of play, and the Rebels win 25-19 in set number 3. Rich sweeps the Tigers. Won the first set pretty handily, or a close one I should say, 26-24, then 25-22. And then set number 3 goes to the Rebels 25-19. So the Tigers came in here and gave Rich all they could handle for a good portion of today's match, but ultimately it is the Rebels sweeping the Tigers. We'll take a quick break here, and then when we come back, we'll get into our Mound Valley Cattle Company post-game show. So don't go anywhere, Rebel fans. We got more coming your way here on Rebel Radio 98.3 FM KADQ and at mylocalradio.com.
Success doesn't come by accident. Success requires hard work, perseverance, learning, sacrifice, and believing in yourself. Eddie and Todd Jensen established the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho on these very principles. The students, staff, athletes, and coaches at Rich High School value these same fundamentals in education and activities, in athletics, and in life. Good luck, Rebels, from Mound Valley Cattle Company, serving customers in Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming since 1997.
Randolph, Utah is a town of extremes. At an elevation of almost 6,300 feet and with temperatures over 90 in the summer and often 40 below in the winter, the folks who call Randolph home have to be a hardy crew. Maybe that's one reason the simple things in life mean so much to Rich County. Residents value hard work, education, respect, a love for God, family, and country, and being a good neighbor. Mayor Lynn Weston and the town board proudly support the Rich Rebels and hope you'll be able to visit soon and come back often.
Welcome you into our Mound Valley Cattle Company post-game show. If you're watching at My Local Radio, see is student body section. Forming in the top right corner, they have a movie night now, so exciting event for them on homecoming. But we have a post-game show to run here. So let's get into our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Rich swept Tabiona 3-0. They won the first set 26-24. Then they won set number 2, 25-22. And set number 3, 25-19. Our McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game will go to Taylor McKee with her service ace back in that first set to win the first set for Rich. And we'll get our match summary here thanks to Rob Leifson. Rich had 30 kills. As for Tabiona, they only had 19. McKenna and Annie Peart led the way with 8 kills apiece and 12 service aces, a third of them coming from Taylor McKee, who had 4. As for Tabiona, they only had 7, and that's kind of the story about serving. McKee led the way for her Rebel side, who served the ball very well. That is our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, where fresh and fast meat, gourmet sandwiches, fresh and fast every day. Check them out at 113 Front Street, Evanston. I always have a great BLT sandwich waiting for me there. Can't recommend it enough, so go give Jimmy John's a sub to go. And that's our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. We'll take one more quick break here, or two rather, and then when we come back, we'll have our post-game highlights brought to you by Bear Lake Memorial Hospital. Count on us to care, so keep it here for your Mound Valley Cattle Company post-game show, thanks to Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho.
You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
Rebels win 3-0. They won that final set 25-19 over the Tabiona Tigers. Let's get into our Bear Lake Memorial Hospital post-game highlights, and I think a lot of it has to go to 2 players specific, or 3 I should say, Annie Peart and McKenna Stacy and Taylor McKee. McKee often in the JV games, but rising up in the varsity game with 4 aces, 2 of them coming in the first set to tie and then to win the set for the Rebels. And Stacy, as always, leading the way in the kill department. She had 8, joined with Annie Peart, who had 8 of her own. So a couple of great highlights, and if you want to go back, you can. You can rewatch it here at mylocalradio.com. We appreciate Bear Lake Memorial Hospital. Count on us to care for providing us with our post-game highlights. We're on our post-game show brought to you by Mound Valley Cattle Company. And it was a pretty close set match all across the board. I think Rich probably thought it would be a bit of a blowout given Tabiona's struggles this year, but the Tigers came ready to play, and they kind of punched Rich in the mouth back in the first set. Came out to an early, jumped out to a lead. At one point led 15-8. And Rich would eventually come back and go on to win 26-24. But that is our post-game highlights here. That's brought to you, as always, by Bear Lake Memorial Hospital. Count on us to care. We got one more break scheduled, and then when we come back, we'll have a roundup calendar brought to you by Western Ag Credit. And then that's all here from the Rich Gymnasium. One final time, though. Rebels sweep Tabiona 3-0.
When it comes to farming and ranching, it makes good sense to work with a lender who understands finance and agriculture. Western Ag Credit is an independent cooperative owned by the farmers and ranchers who borrow from it. With competitive rates, your loan is tailored to match your business needs. Real estate, livestock, equipment, and operating expenses. When it comes to farming and ranching financing, Western Ag Credit in Evanston is your partner in agriculture.
Success doesn't come by accident. Success requires hard work, perseverance, learning, sacrifice, and believing in yourself. Eddie and Todd Jensen established the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho on these very principles. The students, staff, athletes, and coaches at Rich High School value these same fundamentals in education and activities, in athletics, and in life. Good luck, Rebels, from Mound Valley Cattle Company, serving customers in Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming since 1997.
Welcome back to our Mound Valley Cattle Company post-game show. That's Mound Valley Cattle Company. Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. And we got one last thing on the to-do list. Let's take a look at our Roundup calendar. That's brought to you by Western Ag Credit, your partner in agriculture, a lender who understands finance and agriculture. Visit them at 848 Front Street, Evanston. Or if you don't want to drive, give them a call. They have a phone there. Their number is 307-789-9420. So tomorrow, the Rebels volleyball team travels to Manila for a 3:30 start. We'll have the pregame show at 3 o'clock, so no need to make the journey, about like a 3-hour drive, I think, from here. Just put on mylocalradio.com or tune in at 98.3 FM. Then next Thursday, the Rebel team travels again. They go to Mount Vernon, I believe. The schedule's a little unclear, so I'll have to get that cleared up. But it is a 6 p.m. start, and cross country has a match tomorrow at Star Valley, so be sure to support the cross country team as they get their season underway. And then next Friday, the football team looks to get their first win of the season and snap this losing streak. They hope to do it at Layton Christian Academy, a 4 p.m. kickoff. Pregame at 3:15, so be sure to join me there. Well, Rebel fans, for one final time, your final tonight, Rebels sweep Tabiona 3-0. For my cameraman, Rob Laveson, and my producer, Alyssa McDaniels, I'm Matthew Peterson, signing off. Rebels win 3-0.
You've been tuned in to Rich High School Rebel Volleyball on Rebel Radio, KADQ FM 98.3, with video online at mylocalradio.com. Today's match has been brought to you by these Rebel supporting businesses and individuals: Evanston Regional Hospital, Hoover Chiropractic, Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley, the Come On in Casper, Plains Tire, the Best Western Dunmar Inn and Legal Tender, Freeway Tire, Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau. The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of Old West Media, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the aforementioned rights holder.